Hello, welcome. There were gunfires today in the capital of Burkina Faso, a day after an army captain overthrew the military government of the West African country. The captain who led the coup blamed the leaders of the 8-month-old military government for failing to stabilize the country. 30 years ago, Nigeria used to go through such military interventions. Yesterday, Nigeria marked its 62nd Independence Day. Nigerians from all walks of life marked the occasion in their own ways. Here is an example. It is 11:30 a.m. in New York City, 4:30 p.m. in Nigeria. Wherever in the world you are watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. I am Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On our show today is a special guest. He's a former presidential aspirant in Nigeria. His name is Dr. Issa Brimah. Dr. Brimah is a Moscow-born Nigerian medical doctor based in the US. He's the author of the book, Believe in Miracles, a Manual for Life. He will interpret the current Nigerian events for us from the philosophical, religious, and socio-political perspectives. He will talk about what Nigeria should do with Obi-Datti Movement, irrespective of the election's outcome. Dr. Brimah, welcome to the show.
Thank you, my colleague, Dr. Damages.
Dr. Brimah, nice to have you. Nice to have you. It's been a while.
It's always a pleasure being on your show.
All right. So we are looking at what happened yesterday in Nigeria and giving it a wider interpretation. I'm sure you saw the events across the world, not just in Nigeria, in UK, in South Africa, in several parts of the world, even in New York here, there were people celebrating Independence Day, and people are celebrating their presidential candidates. So, where were you yesterday? How did you celebrate Nigeria's Independence Day? Let's start from here.
Yes. So, hello, Nigeria. So, I quietly, but I actually went to a lounge, a restaurant, actually. And there were the Nigerian flags all over the restaurant in Atlanta. So, interestingly, Nigeria is doing better outside Nigeria. I don't know how to put it that way, but we are doing way better outside Nigeria. The successes of Nigeria are the youth. A lot of our industries, people, our reputation abroad, like the Nollywood industry, our jollof rice, stuff like that. But Nigeria, the geographical Nigeria, some people said, I read some comments where people said they would rather be recolonized. So it's rather unfortunate. Nigeria is a failure. It's a failed state, and that goes without saying.
Wow. They would rather be recolonized by one of these countries. Yeah. Isn't that pathetic?
We failed. We failed.
Why? Why did we fail? Who failed us?
Firstly, there was a point in time when I used to blame the white man totally for everything. But, after a certain number of years, after a certain period, you can't continue to blame them exclusively. So while we were designed to fail in terms of the amalgamation of different incompatible ethnicities, and that's the reality of it. You cannot take a people and force them to live together. So let me say it was within our design to fail. So, but taking away that aspect of it, we are some of the most sublime, submissive, gullible individuals. Nigerians don't know how to rise up. So when you look at France, France had a period in its history when France was failing. And then you had the French Revolution, and people have to have revolutions. They have to fight and take over, from, certain individuals, cabal who take over their country. So within America, you had the trade union revolution, and that's what kind of, curbed the incessant greed for power and control of lives that a certain cabal had in America. France, you had the French Revolution. So it's very hard when you have to have sort of a revolution as a part of national evolution. There has to be a revolution when you push out, certain people who've usurped power and who live off of suppressing the masses. You can't just there's no gentle way to sort of come out of that.
So, will you consider what's going on now as a form of revolution?
A revolution appears to be happening right now. It's a more gentle one, but a revolution appears to be happening in terms of the Obi-Datti movement. The Obi-Datti movement appears to be a revolution. You have a bit of it also with the Kwankwasia Amana movement going on. So within those pieces, basically from what we are reading, from all the signs that we are reading right now, Nigeria is ready for change.
How is this, what's going on now, different from what we saw when Buhari was running in 2015?
We were fooled.
Yeah, well, it could be that we are being fooled again.
We were fooled, But the point is, in 2015, you had these. You see, part of what is so damaging is the structures that we had. So the total structures that we had then, you can't ride on those structures and deliver. You can't ride on APC or PDP and deliver. You can't ride on a Tinubu party and deliver because there are too many interests. There are too many powers that control you. So you have to come out of that. And that's what a revolution does. It brings out something different from the powers that hold, the country to ransom. So in Buhari's time, even though Buhari sang, lied to us, fooled us, gave us all this, he didn't even really talk. But, those of us around him, I repent and I seek Nigeria's forgiveness for participating in bringing that lie onto the country. But we should have seen through it that the groups that formed, those groups, nothing good can come out of. The El Rufai arm, the Tinubu arm, the Atiku arm, which was part of putting Buhari, nothing good can come out of those things. So,
Well, let's look at it the other way. If you said that Buhari was, of course, we knew that he tried several times before he finally got the support of those people and was able to win. But he had his own operation, his own party all those while. And you can say the same thing with Kwankwaso now, P2B. The two of them were in the main parties at one point or the other. And so, how is it different? I want you to help us understand. For people who are watching, who are suspicious that we might be fooled again, how do you tell them that this is different?
So what I'm saying is you have to look at the party structures that they're coming on. So there are two things. There's in Obi's speech, he said something very important. And some people, it's interesting because they've been trying to manipulate, his speeches and twist them into what they are not. So they asked him a question. They said, what is different between you and everybody else? The articles and the rest. And he said, to tell you the truth, our manifestos, our parties all say the same thing. And that's the truth. The party manifestos were basically written by the same people. The ideologies, they could get a genius, they could get you, they could get I, they could get any of us to write down the promises. But Obi said, what matters is trust. A person you can trust. Kwankwaso's movement is also called the Amana movement. And I believe that Amana word is for trust. So two things come to play here. One, We hope for an individual we can trust. If Buhari had, and then the second thing is, if Buhari had won under CPC, under his party, perhaps we would have gotten something better. But once you have these embedded, crooked, vulture cabal behind you, too many of them, you have to please them. You have to satisfy the people who put you in there. You just have to satisfy them. But right now, coming on the Labour Party and, Kwankwaso's, Northern Party, those parties don't have these vested interests that have to be satisfied and who are ultimately going to rule the country.
Mm.
So the person you can trust, and are you coming without all these vested interests who are going to come and
All right, so let's also look at what's going on. Let me play a video of Obi's people yesterday somewhere in Nigeria. All right. This is Atiku's people in Gombe yesterday.
Supporters of the People's Democratic Party in Gombe State defy restriction order at the Gombe airport to catch a glimpse of Mr. Atiku Abubakar as he alights from his private plane. The first port of call for the PDP presidential candidates is a wedding ceremony at the palace of the Emir of Gombe, where he's welcomed by a mammoth crowd.
What's the difference?
The movement that we are seeing with Obi-Datti is the kind of movement we saw with Buhari. You can easily distinguish these type of movements. You have the movement that you see with Atiku. It looks like the cabal. People, they love. They sometimes they pay them, but then people just love this. A wealthy individual is coming. They come around. We are seeing a dedicated crowd with Obi-Datti. You cannot mistake that crowd. It's a dedicated crowd of people, desperate for change compared to these. These are like the one you see with them are like, party. There's a party going on. Hey, let's go to the party. That's the party crowd. The political space in Nigeria right now is very interesting.
Mm. Now let me find out from you. You are from, if I'm correct, Kwara State, is it? Or Ghana? I don't know anymore.
Firstly, I'm a Fulani guy.
From where? What state?
I'm from Kwara originally.
Okay.
But then my heritage is, we are the ones who came down from Sokoto State to Kwara to take over Kwara State. So there's this history of us. We came and we fought and the Afonja, and we took over. So in a way, they are like, oh, you guys are foreigners who came in and, usurped power in Kwara State. So I'm of Fulani heritage, but I'm from Kwara. I'm a Yoruba from Kwara of Fulani heritage.
Okay. So when you look at the reaction to the Obi-Datti movement in the North, what can you tell us that some people in the South do not understand?
I think we've seen a little bit of Obi-Datti movement in the North, in places, and he has his large crowds. I think he is in a very, very good position. In fact, I'm convinced that if an election is held today, or if a very good poll is held today, you have Obi-Datti in around the 50 range. The last one that I saw, the last numbers I saw, and that spans from south to north. It's both north and south. The last one that we saw by, Noy's poll also had Obi-Datti, leading. Then you had Kwankwaso trailing at number 4. Before you know what's going to happen, I predict, you have Obi-Datti at the top. And that's both north and south. Then maybe you have Kwankwaso following, and then the rest of them are they're dead. From the way this movement is going, they're dead. Because what people want to see is hope. Nigerians are not people who believe in the truth. Unfortunately, to be a good human being, you need to pursue the truth. regardless. I've made a mistake before. I saw that Buhari didn't have truth, and I continued going. And Nigerians have not learned their lesson. So, now if you pursue the truth, you go for, a candidate that can give you something better, regardless of whether he can win or not. But a lot of people want to join the bandwagon. But with the movement that they are seeing behind Obi-Datti, you're going to have so many more people joining now because they are seeing that movement. And in the North, I don't want to divide it, religiously and stuff, but, you have a larger, like even Kwara State is part of the North, you have a large population of people who are not the typical, pro-Buhari, pro-Northern crowd. You still have a lot of people, a lot of groups, intellectual groups, Christian groups, non-fanatical Muslim groups. You have a lot of groups where Obi has a lot of grounds in. So I think
yeah, that's also playing out. We know that if you look at PDP and you look at APC, they're having problems. APC has this major issue with Muslim tickets in the North Central and some Christian part of the North. What do you think? I mean, because people like Bashir and former speaker, they all really angry. And do you think there's a way that APC can recover from that and get the support of that group?
I think, when you say APC, you're saying Tinubu.
Yeah, Tinubu, yeah, essentially.
I think Tinubu only has left a little crowd of, zealous Yorubas, a very small crowd. That's all I think he has left, to be honest. I think Tinubu has lost. Just within, because I was in Nigeria like a little while ago, and at the airport I met this guy, Yoruba guy, and he's like, who are you? He was asking me for money, and I asked him, I said, who are you campaigning for? And he says, Emilio Khan. And I said, really? You want to remain here? I'm not giving you a kobo. You want to remain here begging for money? He said, hey, it's our turn. So the only people left that are, kind of for Tinubu are these little few Yoruba pockets that are saying, it's our turn, So actually that Emilio Khan is working for him in terms of that small crowd of, but I don't think Buhari is even gonna, because he was relying on Buhari to pull support from the North and stuff. I don't think Buhari is even gonna do that work. So I don't see, Tinubu having any real strength anywhere outside of, and he's losing Lagos to Obi-Datti, definitely. I don't think, when you say APC, we are saying Tinubu. So let's say Tinubu. When we say Tinubu is, his money would not be able to buy this.
What about Kano?
Kano is going to be a real toss-up because, to be honest, I wish Obi-Datti and Kwankwaso could have teamed up. That would have been my best strategy. But Kwankwaso can never be secondary to another person because he's too big. And that's just the truth. Kwankwaso is too big to say, I'm going to run under Obi. So the only way they could have paired up would have been Kwankwaso on top. But let's be frank, I'm not someone for ethnic divisions or ethnicity in politics. But let's be frank, it's time to give it to the Igbos. It's time. So Obi has to be on top. And that's why that formula didn't work. Datti is another good, strong candidate, but Kwankwaso is strong in Kano. Kwankwaso is very good. So I really wish, so Kwankwaso is going to take, let's say at least, he's going to win a majority in Kano. I'm not going to say it's going to take half, but let's say the highest number percentage is 33%. Kwankwaso will hold 33% at least in Kano, and the rest are going to divide it. So Datti's efforts, he'll take his piece. Atiku's money will take his piece. Tinubu's money, he will buy his piece. That's how I see Kano going. So I don't, with the two of them. Now, I wish the two of them can align and have a promise and let Nigerians be witness that Obi will say, I'll do the first 4. Kwankwaso will say, I'll do the next 4, and they'll have it.
What do you think will happen in the Northeast?
Northeast has a lot of people that are going for Obi-Datti in terms of Northerners who like Datti, and Christians and intellectuals and non-fanatical Muslims who want change. They are tired of Boko Haram. They are tired of terror. They are tired of suffering. So I see the Northeast going the Obi-Datti way. Like I see other than Kano, I see most of Nigeria going the Obi-Datti way.
Other than Kano?
Other than Kano.
What about Sokoto?
Sokoto, you have Tambuwal, you have money trying to buy, the votes for Atiku and stuff like that going on, but it's not strong enough. You see, people on the streets are really tired. And, it's a revolution that may be happening right now. People are tired. They are not eager to go and vote for these people. You have, for instance, I saw Tinubu in Kaduna, and Tinubu went for the place, went in the direction that you expect him to go. So you have the political thugs. I saw him going to the Izala movement. Izala movement are the people who cause all the riots that you have in the north. There's Balalau. He went to Balalau, and Balalau gave him support. So you have those political thugs who are across the north, who, yes, but when you look at the votes that are needed to win this election in Nigeria, the strength of these political thugs and stuff, so you have them spread across to Sokoto, all those areas. Yes, Tinubu would buy them. He's buying their support, but it can only go so far. There is no zeal to vote. We are going to have a whole lot of new voters. You're going to have people come out in the north that haven't voted before, that are going to be interested in voting now, and they want something different. Nigeria is crying for hope. People are tired. And once they watch that movement, they are seeing those clips, they are hearing of the movement that's happening with Obi-Datti around the place. They are not going to waste their votes. That's how I see it. So yes, someone like Atiku might win Sokoto, but it's not going to be strong enough to help him in any way.
Let me play a video of Governor of Zamfara State talking about P2B and get your take on that.
The coordinator of Bola Ahmed Tinubu's campaign, presidential campaign for the Northwest. What are his chances? Do you think he can win the election?
God bless you, Louis.
What do you think stands him out that makes you convincing you that?
Though you are not a politician, but do the calculations. You find the answer immediately. I'll give you the calculations. This is our own strategy. I don't need to say it in front of TV or screen or pages of newspaper, but I will tell you how the calculation is, and you will be convinced that he will win the election.
But some people are saying it's not the best for the job, that someone like Peter Obi is...
Did Peter Obi even believe he's a Nigerian? Did he believe Nigeria as it is? He didn't. And let me tell you, if they say he's not okay, who is the best person that you say that they say is not the best? Who is the best person?
So these are the leaders in the north. Do you think that people will ignore them?
We've seen what they are doing. It gives a lot of hope to the Obi-Datti camp in a sense. So they've started playing this divisive politics, and that shows that they are on the defensive. So you see them. You have some of these people. They'll come out and say, "Oh, Obi, he's not a Christian. He's Biafra." People are smarter than this. They will be able to corrupt some minds and make people think, "Oh, he doesn't believe in Nigeria." All of this, but I think the people have suffered enough. I'm not counting on too much. All Obi needs is to get, let's say 30% of the votes in the north or something. That's all he needs. If you look at APC is not strong. If you really look at APC as a party, APC only was able to win because of the fervent support that people had for Buhari. APC manages to win elections. And that's because you have this whole mammoth thing that used to happen for Buhari. Once you take that out of APC, there's nothing left. So, APC is off the table. With Tinubu and without Buhari on the ballot, APC is off the table. That, you will not see anything in the north for APC.
All right, let me play.
More strength in the north than APC in the north.
Let me play this video. Someone calling for Obi.
Fortunate that there is a video in circulation presently in the country that one of the presidential candidates, if I may call his name Peter Obi, he is even saying that all the kidnapping that is taking place are your sons. And ASU strike is because as the son of church. What does that incline?
Please, the church, wake up, take back your country. God bless you.
Is he trying to instigate religious crisis in the country? And I wonder why even the security agents are so silent about it. This man, I don't think there is any hate speech better than this one. This man supposed to be disqualified by INEC, supposed to be arrested and prosecuted with immediate effect. Because in as much as we are going to allow the religious sentiment and ethnic sentiment to be clouding the sense of our reason in electing our leaders, definitely we are moving nowhere.
What did Peter Obi do or say that warranted that statement?
You see, that's what I was just telling you about, and that lets you know that Obi-Datti is very, very strong right now, because you can see the way they have. Once they resort to this, unfortunately, I have to tell you what comes after this. After this, when they resort to this manipulated behavior, trying to play the religio-ethnic card, I'm sorry to say that after this, they resort to terrorism. We've been down this road so many times. They've gotten very, very desperate, and they are manipulating, struggling. So that shows that Obi-Datti is the front runner right now. You see them attacking him everywhere. He's the front runner. They are scared of him. And what they are trying to do is, if you look at that tape, for instance, what you see Obi-Datti say there is, church, take back your country. When he goes to students, take back your country. When he goes to mosque, Muslims, take back your country. Obi's campaign is take back your country. So everybody he talks to, he says, take back your country. But they have gotten so desperate, they are so afraid of him that they are cutting clips and manipulating it. And I'm sorry to say, Nigeria, beware. After the manipulation, the more desperate they get, they start the terrorism. They will start to bomb, to threaten people now. Initially, they start trying to talk to people, trying to twist, confuse people, play the card. After that, they start to bomb, to threaten people that if you continue this movement, we will kill you. But they can't. I think it looks very, very good for Obi-Datti right now, because indeed, I believe he should. If Christians are half of Nigeria, all Christians should vote for him. All non-fanatical Muslims, intellects are going to vote for him. People who just want change will vote for him. People who are tired of being killed by APC and PDP, tired of terrorism, would vote for him. People who believe in fairness and justice, that it's time for the Igbos to get it. And let's see what they will bring out of it, will vote for him. So we have so many crowds of people, groups of people, classes of people that will vote for Obi-Datti. And I just think only, the PDP is a strong party to a degree, or it used to be strong, but, Atiku I can't even believe we are talking about Atiku and Tinubu, honestly. I just can't believe we are talking about these old cargoes.
Let me play this video, because it's in line with what you just said.
Youth organizations, women associations, and every institution whose foundation is built on fairness and justice to join hands in this task of enthroning a democratic government by supporting Peter Obi. If we are sincere and honest about keeping Nigeria together in peace, the slogan henceforth should be to keep Nigeria one, everybody should be Obi-Datti compliant.
That's elder statement by Adebayo. The campaign of Tinubu and Atiku, they basically said that Afenifere in the last how many elections they've not they've supported the people they supported never won the election. So what's the point? What's the big deal about that? Does it matter?
It doesn't matter. I mean, I don't know is that occultic or spiritual or apocalyptic or death. I don't know, but it's not based on any scientific. I'm a scientist. It's not based on any scientific grounds.
Now, there are polls that have been coming out, putting Obi at the top, even those that will say that majority of Nigerian voters are still undecided. the article team will dismiss those polls, saying that most of them were done over the internet, that his voters are not really on the internet or on cell phones. Is that credible?
It's true. It's true. You know, in the north, you have people who, I'm a northerner, I'm a Fulani, but in the north, this our show right now, you know, maybe 30% of your listeners are overseas, and then the remaining 70% are, maybe 60%, 50% are in the south, you know, and then maybe 20% are in the north. It's just the truth. It's the sad reality of the country. Northerners, I am northerner. I am Fulani northerner. I am. Kwara State is the north, even though they always cheat us and they will never allow Kwara State to get there. Because when it's time to claim north, they'll say you are not north enough. So we are just, and then, you know, they try to put us, then they'll put us maybe middle belt. You know, it's so crazy, but it's true. The northerners are, a lot of them are like sheep. You know, a lot of them are like sheep. That's where a lot of the money paying goes, where they pay for the votes and they just line them up like sheep and cattle. And then they bring some from Niger and other republics and they line up to go to the poll. So yes, the North will have that. That's why when you look at the calculation, you know, Obi-Datti, he's going to have a lot of grounds in certain areas. You know, there's a whole lot of Gombe, Adamawa. He's going to rack it with Atiku in those areas, no doubt. And he's still going to get clean cuts out of other areas. But I think he's going to hold the South almost, you know, it's going to be a wash in the South. And once you hold that powerfully, if you look at all the elections, we are looking at getting between, you know, 11 to 15 million. That's about what it takes for my elections. We had a lot of new people coming out to register to vote. But then Tinubu APC, they rigged. Tinubu has already started rigging. He rigged the voter registration process. You know, when I was in Nigeria, one of my friends who came in from Canada went to try to register to vote. And they had these long lines. You know, they went since like 3 a.m. They had long lines. The first group that was there since like, let's say 3 a.m. 30 people, they put 30 people in. Those 30 people, they didn't finish with them till night, till they left. So a lot of people who came out, who wanted to come out to register for Obi-Datti and for new change, for change, a lot of these people, 30 people went in and they locked them in. And throughout that day, people were coming. This was in Lagos. People were coming and being brought in from the back and registering. And all those people were paid for. So Tinubu, they've already started rigging the election. They paid people, you know, they paid people to register to vote. So there's that that rigging that's going to happen. There's that vote buying that's going to happen. That's going to, you know, challenge an easy victory. Let me put it that way for Obi-Datti. So what Atiku said has some truth in it, which is, you know, they have these sheep, cows, paid voters that are guaranteed to vote for them. But how strong is that going to be? And as this movement keeps on growing, because this movement has just started. And I'm telling you, they are scared. There was a picture that had Obi sitting in the middle, Sheriff sitting on the side, and Atiku. You could see their body language. Obi was looking like, you guys don't bite me. I know I'm in front. I'm on the top. And Sheriff is looking like, I hope my shoes are all right today. You know, sitting down here. I hope they're not going to complain about my shoes. And Atiku just turned away like, oh my God, I'm embarrassing myself again. And you could just read the body language. It's clear right now, you know, but the rigging forces and, you know, a lot of these sheeple masses who.
Now, so many people are trying to compare what Obi is trying to do in Nigeria with what Obama did here in 2008 with John McCain. Sort of overwhelmed the system that even people who will have been doubting whether it's viable or whether they should vote for him will basically surrender. Do you think similar thing is going on in Nigeria?
I think that is happening. Every day, I think people are converting to Obi-Datti. I mean, I know somebody personally who was thinking about Tinubu or Atiku, and that person is now floating somewhere between Obi-Datti and Kwankwaso. I witnessed that myself. I saw this person, 2 months ago. The person was still thinking between Atiku, and that's happening. People unfortunately Nigerians unfortunately lack capacity for independent reasoning. We are into this mob herd mentality. We go along with the crowd, and they are seeing the crowd and they are converting. So every day. So that's absolutely true. It's a movement. It's the Take Back movement is like the change movement of Obama.
I will ask you about your friend, Omoyele Sowore. What do you think about his campaign this time around?
I think Nigeria is not yet ready for anything in terms of sheer intellectual leadership, youthful leadership, dynamic leadership. Unfortunately, I think we're not yet ready. 1, 2, I think, from my personal view, because I was an aspirant for president and I stepped back because of a certain thing, you sort of buy, you sort of buy a victory in Nigeria. Like the first time Sowore was running, I read comments on Sahara, on his news magazine about him, and people who were common, neutral Sahara commentators who I've seen for a while. They said, "How much does he have?" It's unfortunate. That's Nigeria. So when it comes to this thing, I step back. It's not like I have canceled my ambitions, but I'm looking for my $1 billion. When I have my $1 billion, so I've stepped back and I'm trying to make my money right now. When I have my $1 billion, I'll come and I'll buy Nigeria victory and I'll become the president. But until I have my billion, or let's say 200 million, which would allow people to see my movement, to see me and follow me and donate till I get to the billion, you have to come with clout and money. Without that, forget it.
Now, there are people who criticize him for criticizing other candidates, especially Peter Obi. Is that not part of election running for office, that you pick issues with what other candidates are saying that they will do?
Yeah, they don't understand. That's what he's supposed to do. He's an independent candidate. He's not following anybody. So it's his job to criticize everybody else. I personally take a little bit of fault with him over criticizing Obi-Datti. Over, just excessively. Because it's like, the way I look at it, maybe he feels he has done enough of criticizing the Atikus and Tinubu, so he needs to hit on these other ones. But I feel like, if you want to climb a ladder, if you want to climb up, it's like you're going to step on your family first, the ones closer to you to get. So it's like you're picking on the person that you think is your size to get up to somewhere up. So I sort of feel, leave Obi-Datti alone, leave SDP candidates alone, and just stick to the ones at the top. But it doesn't look good when you're climbing on the ones that are sort of closer to you to sort of go up there. So that's just the way I look at it personally. Like, it's his job as an independent candidate to criticize everybody, but don't put too much on Obi-Datti.
Okay, we're going to bring our audience members to join the conversation. Before then, let me show this. This is your book, Believe in Miracles, a Manual for Life. You're a doctor, you're a scientific researcher. Do you believe in miracles?
Yes, so it's very, very interesting. Thank you for that. It's very, very interesting that you find scientists like me published. And I'm talking about, a lot of times they say peer review published. People are like, are you peer reviewed? I'm peer review published. So it's sort of funny when you see a scientist like me, a medical doctor, college professor, saying I believe in miracles. But so what the book primarily sets out to do is it finds out that when you see miracles in the scripture, and I'll give you maybe 1 or 2 examples. When you see miracles in the scripture are based off of scientific reality. They are based on scientific reality. So it's giving you a proper perspective to understand what a miracle is. So miracles do not go against science, they actually go with science, because God is the master of science. So the miracles that you see actually are scientifically, they are scientific wonders, and they are explained in the scripture in scientific fashion. So for instance, when you see something like maybe Job in the belly of the fish, you look at it and you say, man surviving the belly of a fish. When you look at the story and then you say, okay, this, you now find out that, like for instance, in the Quran, it says when Job comes out, his whole skin is messed up. And then he stayed under a lot tree and stayed there to heal, and he drank water and does things. So it's not like he was sitting inside the belly of the fish on a chair with a TV screen and relaxing like this. No, you see a scientific process, and then you see a medical reality in treating the condition that comes along with it. The same thing goes with something like the miracle of Adam and Eve. They say, okay, here's God, and then, he makes man out of this, and then he takes a rib to make Eve. And people look at that and say, you take a rib to make a person. But then we come to science, and then we see that is describing cloning. Because to clone, you cannot clone a man from a woman. You can only clone a woman from a man, because man has XY chromosomes. Woman has XX. So you can't make a man out of a woman because you need a Y, which doesn't exist. But you can make a woman out of a man. So when you now reread the scripture, you're going to see the wording goes, and then he evolved, the species, or, he made Eve out of Adam. And if you look at the ribs, for instance, the ribs are part of what, when you're talking of looking for stem cells, which are used in cloning, that's where you find them. That's a rich source of stem cells, the ribs. So from the ribs, you can clone Eve. So if you retranslate the scripture in modern lingo, in the scriptural lingo, you see he took a rib and made Eve. But if you just translate one word there into modern lingo, he cloned Eve out of Adam's rib. You see that it's a scientific process. So he's the father of cloning. And I teach my students this. I'm like, do you want to understand cloning? Well, ribs are good sources of stem cells. And cloning is a process where you can make one species out of stem cells of the rib. And this is an example which you've read in your scripture all along.
Believe in miracles. Where can people get the book?
It's on Amazon. We are trying to get it to Nigeria, but it's on Amazon, or, my other business, which, me and some partners have, is buy direct from USA. I'm not advertising on your show, but,
all right.
You could buy it.
All right. Let's
actually give people for free mostly.
Okay. Let's get our viewers involved in this. Get them involved in this conversation, and we have several of them who have joined us. Let's start with the priest of peace. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Damage. Thank you so much, Dr. Brimah. In fact, it looks like anytime I want to join you, is either I'm on the road, going somewhere. I have to park to be able to, make one or two comments. I have never felt so happy hearing from Dr. Brimah. Honestly, your intellectual sagacity and the way you explain things here, boils down to what I always say here whenever I come on Dr. Damage's show. Thank you so much for you enlighten me so much. I'm a priest. You enlighten me. I'm happy that you are on this show today. In fact, keep coming because it's very important. That being said, you see, Nigerians are so emotional because she said something that touched me. That's why I said, let me join quickly and make my position, then keep going where I'm going. Hope and the truth. Nigerians don't want to hear the truth. They want hope. And anybody can present hope to them, they flock towards that person. But when truth is revealed, they don't want to hear it because to them, truth is relative. But I believe that truth, and I'm sure, based on what you've said here today, truth is absolute. Nothing that is, it's not like black, it's white. Truth is white. It is what it is. So Nigerians don't want to hear the truth. They want hope. And P2B is giving them hope. We have tried everything, election-wise, and everything. Nigeria have tried it for 60-something years. It's not working. But P2B came and he has a different level, and he added a different flavor to the whole situation. Now, I want you to, understand one thing again, because you made mention of it, and I have said it on Dr. Damage's platform here. These people came into power. The establishment that we have right now, they came into power with terror. They stayed there with terror. And they are going to continue to keep it with terror. If Nigerians can take away emotion from this situation and apply it practically, so that we will take back our country. Because me, anytime I want to come to Nigeria, I'm afraid. Okay, it wasn't on your show. It was on Njenje Medias. I made comment. In fact, it was absolute bubbling that last 2 years or so before the death of Obi-Datti Movement. And I made mention of many things, and he agreed with me. The same thing I'm saying here. For this movement to translate to a new Nigeria, in quote, it has to be practical, because 30% of this electioneering or whatever is already been rigged 30%. So to be able to get 45, 50, or 60%, Nigerians need to fight. Now, finally, I am looking at what happened during the EndSARS, when this movement started, and they turned it into something else, ethnicity, religious, and everything. People are not buying it now. But what surprises me is the fact that people were killed and everybody went back. This election, like I said, it is 30% already rigged.
Okay.
Is this, hold on, finally, that is, I'm rounding up. Is this movement going to take the shock observer that is going to come from these people who want to stay in power by terror? Are they going to do that? That is the question. I would have asked a lot of questions to Dr. Brimah, but I hope you will bring him again so that I will be able to ask my question, because I am going somewhere. Thank you so much. God bless you. Like I said, I'm a priest. I would like to engage with you because I love you so much, man. I love you. God bless you. Thank you so much, all guys. Bye.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, the priest of peace. Brimah, you have any comments to his...
Yes, he's also reading the tea leaves properly. Nigerians should be ready to sustain what they are, to fight to a conclusion in what they want. And when I say fight, I do not mean physically fight, but in terms of, mobilization and defending and protecting. I should have turned back on Buhari, and I blame myself when Buhari said, there was a video of him where he said, if, they try to steal your votes, it's the words in Hausa, I say, halakasu, kill them at the polling booths if they try to steal your votes. And I asked for those translations. I asked several times before the election, and they told me, he said, kill. So we are not going to use the word kill, but we need to fight to defend, not killing, but fight to mobilize and fight to defend ourselves at the polls. So they don't just steal.
Colette, I'll come to you because I know you're about to leave. I'll give you the chance to ask him a question or a comment. Go ahead.
No, I just came to say hi to Perry. We used to hang out online. If you remember, well, you're still on my WhatsApp. Well, I'll hit you up. It's just been years. I'm glad you're doing good. I don't know. You're obedient. What's your role? I just saw you and I logged in. I really don't know what you guys are talking about, but I heard OB and all whatnot.
I am fluid, but I am obedient, yes. But I'm also interested in Kwankwaso. I've been a red cap man, and even when I attended, when the Buhari won and they invited me for the inauguration, I wore my Kwankwaso red cap. So,
I know you're an Ilorin guy, if I remember correctly.
Yes, I am. But yes,
Okay.
I'm obedient, but I also like Amana because it's interesting. The one thing Obi said was trust. That's the difference between him and other people. And then Kwankwaso's campaign is Amana on the red cap, trust. So it's like that's what we have to.
So let me throw this to you. So this election is going second round. I don't think there are any doubts about that. So in the second round scenario, who is number one and who is number two? Then who collapses, who structure to follow number one and number two?
I think Obi-Datti is clearly number one. They can't take
then who's
that
number two
at this point. Number two is a toss-up. It's either Atiku. You see, the problem with Kwankwaso is right now, the way I see Kwankwaso, he only has Kano. A little bit more. He doesn't have the South.
Oviego the Vex.
I think so Obi-Datti is number one. It's a toss-up with the rest. Because Kwankwaso is rising. Tinubu is falling. Atiku, I don't even know. Is he campaigning? I don't really know. Maybe on the ground, his thugs and money. But, I think it's a toss-up between them for number two, to be honest.
No, but I really want to know. Tinubu, excuse me. Tinubu is missing in action. So nobody knows who knows what's going to happen in APC? If he's unhealthy, is he going to even continue? Who knows? So that's an X factor there. But when you have a number one, you said the number one of Obi and number two of we have to give one person. Just based on the reading right now, give one person, and then let's look at what happens in round two.
It's very hard.
Give one person. Your gut. Use your gut instinct.
All right. Let me see. Tinubu, maybe. Just maybe because Atiku and Obi sort of share the same crowds. So maybe Tinubu would
Are you forgetting? Hold on. Before you make that assessment, you have to think about Wike and how that will end. If they resolve their differences, don't you think that will have an impact on the position of Atiku?
How many votes are coming from there? Don't get it twisted. Obi has the South strong. There's no question. Obi holds the South. He comfortably holds the South. So when we are talking about where there's a battle, the battlegrounds are Northeast, something else. Maybe Northeast is a battleground between, Obi, Atiku. But Obi holds the South. I don't think the South, he has 75% of the vote from the South comfortably.
Okay, potential matchup, round two, Obi, Tinubu, go.
Then Obi takes it. Because the only reason why Tinubu is going to benefit a little is because by the time you divide that, let's say 100 votes, 100%, and you're giving Datti 30% comfortably, you're giving Tinubu 26%, you're giving Atiku 24%, you understand? So, or 23, maybe 20%, Kwankwaso 14 or 15%. When you have it that way, the only reason why Obi is not getting what he should get is because, Atiku and him rack the same spaces. And the only reason why they rack the same spaces is not because Atiku is a person, but it's because PDP is a strong party. And PDP has grounds in the Northeast and has some grounds in the South. But once you've removed Atiku from that race, then Obi grabs all those people.
So all right, basically,
Tinubu cannot grow. It's just
no. Right now, a Tinubu vote is almost a Shetima vote because the guy has not demonstrated. He's not available. They've postponed the. Look, they've postponed it indefinitely. So that one is an X factor. But in a round two, because Obi is cannibalizing PDP votes.
Yeah.
Face it. PDP normally will take the Southeast and the South, and those will now vote for Obi. So what you're saying is, if Tinubu wins, it's almost like that's almost a push for Shetima. So in round two, in that potential round two, the battleground is now the North Central, and the East is not the battleground. It's just the North Central.
And there's no strength. That's what I'm saying. Tinubu and Shetima have no. they are going to achieve all they can get in the first round. It's diehards that are voting for them, and that's it. They can't get anything more than that. They cannot grow after that. They are not losing any votes to anybody else. They are getting the diehards who are just, they bought them. They can't grow. I don't see them growing in anything that's left to be scooped up. No. There's no.
All right, need to run. I'll hit you up. Need to run. All right.
All right, Coletta, thank you so much. Where do I go? I know Kwankwaso was mentioned, and I saw Ovie was happy that Kwankwaso is in part of the conversation. So Ovie, you are next.
Hey, good day, everyone. Doctor, I appreciate your coming on today. Prior to Kulakta, putting you on, asking you all those questions, I wanted to say I totally disagree with your permutation about the Buhari's not being on the ballot, his followership, and how you write PDP off and you write APC off. So I kind of but again, after Kulata started asking you, to rank your preference and all that, I figured, okay, you are indeed a politician. Just that you are speaking from your own place of interest here, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But my question now is, you said when Buhari was being inaugurated, you actually went to the inauguration with your Amana cap. That's the red cap. What was the conviction then, and why? And why did you decide to downplay the followership that you actually belong to? I cut across not just the Kano, as you say, Kwankwaso is just going to win Kano, but across the entire length and breadth of the North. Because if you forget, the Buhari voter that you said that Buhari is not going to be on the on the contest, which I agree with you, but if you understand the Buhari voters, give and take 11 million voters, they have been with him since 2003. In other words, they cannot be influenced. Once they decide this is who they go for, regardless of how much you bring, they stick up to them. They are very informed voters, to which you are one of them, because the majority of them, they are manners. So why do you decide to downplay that aspect based on your rankings of your preferences? And what informed your Amana choice at the beginning?
So first of all, just to be clear, there's a big difference. The Kwankwaso movement separated, because remember, Kwankwaso switched parties, and he still took his Amana people with him. And he contested Kano strongly, and Ganduje only rigged to defeat him. And Ganduje was with Buhari. So Buhari doesn't. So this strength they are talking about Buhari has, firstly, Buhari holds strength. There's no question. He has 10 million people in the North who are pro-Buhari. But is he campaigning for Tinubu? Is Buhari on the ballot? Those people only come out for Buhari.
No, my question is that who are his voters going to vote for? Who are Buhari voters going to vote for? Because that's a block vote.
Buhari voters.
That's a block vote.
It's not a block. The block only is attached at the hip to Buhari. Buhari is the Buhari cannot. Firstly, Buhari is not moving them anywhere, because Buhari is not. Did you notice what happened during the APC primaries? Buhari just folded his arms and said, "I'm not interested in this matter anymore." When they did the whole games, they all played those games, and this Buhari campaign is Buhari on the ballot. Buhari is not on the ballot, so his block of votes has diminished from 11 million to 4 million. He's not on the ballot. So let's not be talking about someone that's no longer on the ballot, and that he has even run out of favor with his people because they are dying. So that block doesn't exist like it used to exist anymore. Firstly. Secondly, Kwankwaso ripped out of that block and he racked with Ganduje in Kano. So Kwankwaso has his block, but is his block strong enough? So we have split Buhari's block into two now, because some of them are going Kwankwaso, some are going Buhari, so 4 million. How do you want to use that to win an election?
All right. So
that's not going to win an election, but that will give him the second round chance.
So, for what is Kwankwaso? Listen, You asked me, the last question, why am I Kwankwasia? I was Kwankwasia before Buhari, before all these things. I was Kwankwasia. Because personally, I loved the way Kwankwaso did Kano. So I was Kwankwasia guy, and I still repped but we have to win. We have to go with what is best and try to win. If Kwankwaso grows and gets some ground in the South, then right now I don't see Kwankwaso in the South. The same way people didn't know Datti, they didn't know Obi outside of Anambra. The same thing applies to Kwankwaso. But Obi has been making moves and gaining grounds. Kwankwaso is in a north that is divided between many interests. Obi has held our whole South. So he has an advantage over Kwankwaso.
All right.
Who is racking with Obi? Who is racking it? Nobody.
Thank you.
You have Atiku, Kwankwaso, Tinubu with the Buhari's 4 million. The north is split among all of them.
Ovie, you can hang out, hang in. You may get another chance to follow up question. But let me go to someone in Nigeria. Nonso, welcome to the show. Nonso, can you hear me? We can't hear you now, so you have to mute yourself. Hold on, let me see if I can do it for you. Okay, go ahead. So, do you have a question for Dr. Brimah or comment?
I don't have any question for now.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
I'm still on the line.
Okay, all right. Let's go to okay, Annie, you are next to our guest. Your question. Unmute yourself, Annie.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, my question is...
Speak up a little bit, Annie.
I'm going to take us back.
Sorry? Or maybe yeah.
Okay, let me disconnect this.
Okay.
Is it better?
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So my question is more of like taking us a little back in the conversation because, okay. So I see Dr. Perry has gone to his...
This is my conversation. I still have it.
Okay, that's really great. So my question dates back to
someone is hold on. Let me see. Hold on, guys. Let me see. If you are not on, please can you mute yourself? All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So, Dr. Brimah, so my question kind of dates back to when the book you wrote, and the question came out, if you believe in miracles. And, that kind of hit me a little because I kind of had the sense of feeling that a lot of Nigerians are very dogmatic towards religion, and that has played a very bad role in how we have civilized so far. And so my question now comes in this direction: the role of the religious entities in terms of the OB movement and the election so far, because it's not just going to be about OB alone, it's also going to be about whoever takes the seats. Religion has always been a means of divide and conquer, which has always been used to dominate the Nigerian culture. It's either the religious card is played or the tribalistic card is played in many ways. So how do you think this is going to greatly impact, one, on the Obi-Datti movement, and secondly, on Nigerian youth as it is? Because I see that the election just started proper, the campaign process, and these are games that are going to be coming and unfolding themselves in the course of time.
All right, yes.
Thank you. Go ahead,
yeah. Dr. Brimah. Thank you, Annie. So you see, the issue is we as a people, we are supposed to participate. They say the word idiot comes from a person who doesn't participate in his politics, in the politics that governs him. That's what the word idiot was made for. So we should not be idiots, and we should do the best that we can in countering the fake religious card that the desperate people who are behind a lot of the terror in the country that they are trying to play. But we know that Nigeria is a democracy. So post-election, no matter how poor of a democracy it is, we should not be fooled. Nobody should be fooled by, I mean, it's so funny that we're even having this conversation and that they are trying to play this card when fanatic Muslims have held the top, of the country so many times, and then now they want to play a card. We are talking of, professor. We've had a minister of Pantamia, what's his minister of education, nothing short of a terrorist, being appointed by Buhari. We have had Buhari with the OIC and the OIC is linked to this Wahhabi terrorism network from Saudi Arabia that actually sponsors terror, as declared by the CIA and WikiLeaks and all of this. And you have Buhari bringing them to Nigeria. And it's not as if he Islamized the country or anything, because Nigeria is a democracy. So once they play these cards, people start to say, oh, what does it mean having some candidate? But we need to educate the people and say they should not even listen to, they should not listen to all of this. Our country is bigger, as horrible and as failed as it is bigger than any kind of, the only thing we need to fear in that country is terrorism. So if Obi wins, or while Obi starts trying to win, how many bombs are they going to throw? That's what we need to fear at this point in time. But other than that, I'm not even interested. I just laugh when I see, someone close to me sent me a video where, they were hammering on Obi saying, church, take back your country. And so what? And if they take back the country, in what sense? Is the church going to kill Muslims? Like, in what sense? I don't even get it. We should not be having this conversation. The world has moved past this. We've understood that all religious groups have been infiltrated and are being used for different advantages, some financial, some power, terrorism. We've moved past this. Nigeria is a democracy. We should tell everybody, please, do you want hope? Do you want to eat? Are you tired of dollar rate being 725? I mean, how did we get here? How are we even talking about Tico and Tinubu when dollar is 725?
All right. CM, you're next.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. Good afternoon, Dr. Brimah. Thank you for coming on the show. Yeah, while you were talking with Rudolph, I heard you say something about the use of they bring in people from Niger Republic during the election to come and vote for them, which is purely illegal and against the election rule. Now, given that observation, do you agree with those that say that the so-called block vote, that the voting strength is in the northwest or in the north? Don't you think it's a ruse that if indeed we do a proper cleanup and then maintain a good electoral register, the voting strength is not what people take it to be, given the fact that they have to invite people from Niger Republic? If indeed they have the numerical strength, why invite people from outside? If you know you are going to win, why not settle it with the people you have than inviting foreigners to come and beef up your number? And then in the end, you say you trounce somebody will say Buhari has a 12 million vote, 13 million vote in those days. Is it not a fraud, so to speak? Then my next question, just to two of them, is: do you believe P2B is a scam? Thank you.
Very, very good questions. Thank you. So on the first question, the thing about it is, first of all, certain games have been played, and the games have been played for a long time, because the games were played so that when it's time to rig, they'll be able to explain for the rigging. So even when we just say the word north, everybody looks at the north and it's a very different map from what we know. So the north that, is above Kwara, Abuja, and then Benue, that's the real actual north. From the middle belt down, is this whole big mass. So when you look at that northern vote, Kano takes a whole big bulk out of it. And then it's not that many people. The reason why Buhari has his vote, his 10, 12 million, minus the rigging. So if rigging accounts for, let's say, 2, 3 million, because they bring these boys, they just keep, doing their thing, and they've prepared for it again this time. But the reason why is Buhari actually had love in the South. He actually has a lot of love in the South. And so when Buhari, sometimes he won places, maybe like in Kwara, and places where he was not even winning in states across the North. So Buhari had his clout, but it was across Nigeria. A lot in the north, but he had some clout in the south. Rigging will happen. Unfortunately, they will bring these people, but I don't think this, this time around, there's so many of them fighting for the same space. They cannot be successful with it. So I don't think we should be worried about it, but I don't think we should be too worried about it. The North is a farce. It's not real. It's just it's a sliver on top like this, very small. Buhari is not carrying Benue. Sorry, Tinubu is not carrying Benue. Atiku, they are not carrying Benue. They are not carrying Kwara. They are not carrying Niger State. Sorry. So it's a whole different map that's happening right now. That said, the second question you asked me.
I said, is P2B a scam?
You see, so that is a very, very good question. We have heard Peter Obi talk. We've seen what he did in Anambra State, and he seems like a very humble person. One, and he seems very, 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 very different from the other people that we have in many ways in terms of pension and things that we can see. So for some of us, Peter Obi is a breath of fresh air. He's a breath of fresh air. I don't think, the level of corruption, the level of evil, the lives that they've taken, killed between PDP and APC, I don't think we should even think about them. So I'm not for Peter Obi, but I'm going with the winning team right now, which is in a revolution outside of. But if anybody else comes up, if SDP candidate comes up and grabs grounds, then I will go in that direction. If Kwankwaso comes and I see that we need to get APC, PDP out of there, totally. That's my own thing.
All right.
And, Obi is not coming with the vested interests and all the weight. I hated Jonathan more than anything, but today I regret participating in getting Jonathan out of there because Jonathan listened. No matter how bad he was, he listened to us. When we talk, he listened. We now got to somebody who does not listen. Peter Obi can never not listen. In fact, all the times he talks about how he listened, how this girl is talking, I listen to her, listen. We can't get worse than this, but PDP and APC just need to be retired. That's the way I see it. So I don't know Peter Obi, but I know these other people.
So, but it's not a scam.
I don't see him as a scam.
Thank you.
I don't see him as a scam personally.
All right. Thank you. Sydney, you're next.
Thank you, Rodolphe, and thank you, Dr. Perry. Good evening, everyone. I think I just want to make some comments. I think most of what you said are really spot on in terms of how you've analyzed the roadmap to victory and how the electoral turn is happening within Nigeria. And it's very, very interesting. Like you said, the North has been, I would say there's a lot of overrating because, like you said, there are issues of child voting, underage voting. There's issues of different things that happen in the North that sort of clamp those votes. But one of the things that has really given Nigerians a bit of trust is that with the BVAS system, I know they are, of course, like you said, they have attempted to engage that BVAS system and manipulate it. But the BVAS system is another layer of protection because within the BVAS system, at least you have to show yourself, there must be accreditation and voting. Of course, there's how they will manipulate it in the North. But moving further in terms of the roadmap, in previous elections, you needed four geopolitical zones to really take the election. But this election, you have almost 4 major players, and the North is modeled up, like you said. So based on my own analysis, and I can be wrong, but in my own analysis, I think Obi already has 3 geopolitical zones down on the ground, and that is major. For me, that is major. What he now needs is 25% to cut across. And then for me, like you said, I concur with that. The South is on lockdown. The North Central is on lockdown. Now he needs to make inroads in the big chunk in Lagos and maybe Oyo, and then swing into the northeast. If he can chalk up some of those votes, I don't think we may even get into a runoff. It may be a dicey. I'm not. If we get into a runoff, then he wins it. But I think he will take it on the first ballot. The only deterrent is if he doesn't get sufficient 25% in some of the states, which I know that will be extremely difficult, like you said, the hardline Yoruba states and the hardline northern states. Also, I wanted to add something to Kanu and the Kwankwasia movement. I mean, it's a big movement, everybody knows about it. However, Kanu is not just only Kwankwaso. Kanu has the Shekarau factor. And what do you think about the Shekarau factor? I know Ovie is shaking his head. Allow me land. What do you think about the Shekarau factor in Kanu and the larger northern bloc vote?
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So our analysis is pretty much the same so far. See, the interesting thing they say about Kanu is, we have to respect Kanu because Kanu, they say, is an intellectual state. Kanu typically in elections actually ends up making intellectual choices. So that's what I'm counting on happening in Kanu. So Kanu sometimes it surprises people in elections. They actually think in Kanu. It's like they're, So I'm thinking, from what I'm seeing, I haven't followed what direction Shekarau is. Is he still in? Where is he? Because they always move side to side now. Is he still in PDP?
He's with Atiku now, as in PDP.
It's moved back to PDP, yes.
Yeah, but I think Shekarau lost grounds in Kano largely. Kano right now, has the Ganduje and Kwankwa, so those are the biggest factors there. I don't think Shekarau is huge there anymore. I really don't. But Kano is intellectual, and that's the one thing I'm counting on, that Kano may surprise us and give Datti, Obi-Datti a lot of votes.
All right.
Sorry, just to quickly mention, right now we are only talking on, this is Obi-Datti. So, and this is where we are right now. We do not know where this peak is, And then this is Tinubu and Atiku. So let's just keep watching. This analysis is early. People are already having their victory distant dance. It's early. The thing is still moving. So let's see how because again, what you come with is one thing, but then what do you do? Let's see, is Obi-Datti a smart man? Is he a good politician, campaigner? Let's see what work he does again. Inroads.
All right. Okay, thank you so much. Let me say, I think we have a spot for people to join, but if you've asked your question, you can watch, you can give room for other people to join and get the opportunity. So you can watch on YouTube or Facebook or on Twitter. Okay, Mr. Mori, you're next.
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Damages. Good morning to Dr. Brimah. Thank you for coming on the show. We're happy to have you here. Thank you for your depth analysis of, for clear analysis of the political issues and the political sagacity and tenacity. Kudos to you. But at the beginning of your submission, I just want to make some comments, and at the end of the day, I will ask my question. You alluded to the fact that Tinubu, Emilio Khan was banking on Buhari. I don't think, I think Buhari only used Tinubu to win his election. Buhari never liked Tinubu one day, and think Tinubu is aware of that fact. I don't know why he has decided to take the risk he's taking, probably because of desperation, because of ambition, chronic ambition and otherwise. Or possibly he's not listening to people around him, or the people around him are trying to use him just the way they are using Buhari. I think as soon as Buhari won an election, they locked the doors of Astorok against Tinubu. And again, the relationship was not cordial. People were even saying that they had a problem. If you see what transpired during the nomination, during the primaries, it was crystal clear that Buhari was never, Tinubu was never in the good books of Buhari. If you wanted somebody, if you wanted anybody, Tinubu wasn't in any way close to the heart of Buhari. People were looking at the direction of either Osibajo or Rotimi. Later, at the 11th hour, they tried to make some frantic effort to squeeze in the Senate President, Lawal, which did not fly. But Tinubu, being the strategist he is and the political mafia he is, was able to maneuver his way. Somebody close to my uncle, Oyegu. The essence of bringing Oyegu there was actually to edge at Tinubu. Remember how Oyegu was removed from office by Tinubu and his cronies. So they wanted to pay Tinubu back in his own coin. Yeah, Tinubu was almost screened out of that, by that committee. But at the end of the day, he threatened them that he was going to decamp to SDP. So APC was threatened and they didn't want to lose the whole of Southwest before Tinubu leaving the APC. So what they did was to, change their position on the, disqualification, and they brought him in. At the end of the day, to cut the long story short, because every other thing now is history, he became the flag bearer. If you saw his body language again during the convention, Buhari, if there's anybody Buhari will not work for, he will never vote for. No, use his the federal might for. I think that person is Tinubu. I don't think at any point that if Tinubu was at any point banking on Buhari, I think he made the worst political calculation of his life. Another thing you mentioned, I somewhat benefited from your analysis, and it shows a clear understanding of the Nigerian political equation. The other thing I want to bring out again, we keep making the same mistakes over and over, and we are expecting a different result. I think that is tantamount to insanity. Yeah, like my friend Harotimi, the lawyer, he was interviewed one day. He was like, "Oh, if you want to go for politics of maturity, politics of ideology, politics of when we are ready for a change, political revolution, Showore stands out. He's the only organic person. He's the only person with the clear vision and mission of where to get to where we want to go. He's the only deviation from the old order. But he also plays some sentimental and emotional politics, just like the rest of other Nigerians. He ended up by saying he will go for the first time with the flow. He will go with the trend. He will follow. Yeah, there was something he mentioned about ethnicity, that the Igbo presidency is long overdue, which I also respect, But then we cannot continue to blame the same sentiment and blame the same others. One way or the other, we are guilty of what is happening to us. You see that we are playing the religious card, or we are playing the ethnic card, or we are just being emotional and sentimental, just like our own, the old brigade. And I started this platform the other day. We must have a way of making, of the people having their own convention. Why the APC and the PDPs are having their conventions in their covens, we must have a people-oriented convention. It's only candidate that emanate from the people that will be accountable to the people. So like, if we continue to play this religious, ethnic, and whatever card, we go nowhere. Now, I was raising an issue yesterday. We were on the show. Somebody called in to give me one or two things. I have nothing against Obio. I'm for the people. I remain with the people, and I will die with the people. And this is what I've been doing over the years. I'm not getting tired. I'm not going to retire until we get it right. I pray it happens in my time. If it doesn't happen in my time, I will encourage my children to continue from wherever I stop. So my question is, here comes an Obi. Most of us supporting Obi. 2019, we are supporting PDP. We never saw the evil in PDP. We never saw the corruption in PDP. Now we are coming to see as if PDP just becoming corrupt yesterday. They have been corrupt since 1999. We are aware of this fact. Now, Obi is right here. I like the revolution. I like the people's movement. Any other person apart from PDP and APC, it's okay by me. It's not as if it's going to solve the whole problem. At least to take us away from that old status quo, to take us away from that old narrative. Then yesterday I had a call. The negotiation of bill is going into the agreement they are making Obi to sign. It's not people oriented. There are certain no-go areas that keep telling Obina, don't go there. NNPC, look at what we want. In the military, look at how it has to go. How long do we continue in this trajectory? And we're expecting the Nigeria of our dream. It's appalling, it's disgusting. You know, I'm happy for the movement. I'm happy that people are winning for the first time. All right. I'm happy that we're getting it right. You know, I have my soft spot. I believe in the movement. But then, CM made another very valid point. People coming from the Nigerian Republic. We don't need a soothsayer or a prophet to tell us that Buhari is trying to, what Buhari has done for the Nigerian Republic is more than what he has done for Nigeria. You don't need a prophet to tell you that that is where their vote actually come from. We cannot shy away, now that we know the loopholes, without doing anything to block. What are we doing? What is the effort? To block the vote from Niger. They are from Niger. They are not Nigerians, for Christ's sake. We cannot allow foreigners to determine the outcome of our election. Thank you very much. Time will not permit me to dwell on so many things I have in mind, but kudos to you for your vivid understanding of the Nigerian political situation. I rest my case.
Thank you.
I get my turn now.
Dr. Perry, you want to comment? Yeah, go ahead.
You're hitting the nail on the head. One thing that I think arises from this is the effort that we have to take ourselves. So I think we should make sure that we get ourselves to a position where, you know, it cannot be ripped out of our hands. I think in terms of Obi, Labour Party, and you know, let's always remember what our problem has been in that country for so long. You know, my movement used to be called Cabal Must Go. APC and PDP, you know, you have, you know, these same people, the same bunch of people are in these two parties. They could switch tomorrow. They could all switch over tomorrow. So we are having that fresh, you know, Labour Party coming as a fresh, you know, a relief without all of those people. But the whole thing about democracy and elections, which I'm not a Democrat, I don't believe in democracy personally. I don't. But the best that we can do there is we have to fight to protect. Let me just make some suggestions. Firstly, we should start having festivals in Nigeria for the candidates that we like, festivals of hope. Big jamboree parties. In the north, they should gather and do party. People like to party. Let them come. And let Nigerians start to dance and sing to victory and freedom, even ahead of the time. So let's turn this campaign into another type of a jamboree where it's a festival of hope that things are about to change. And everybody will now go onto that same bandwagon. And even those masses on the street, the sheep, would understand that we can no longer turn prince for the people who buy us anymore, who have destroyed us. So let's start to do that. Then we have to defend ourselves at the ballot. So, you know, people have to be there from the south, people from the north invested, people have to be there and defend ourselves. And then the third role that we have to play, which are all the things Mr. Omori is complaining about, is from the day whoever wins, Peter Obi or Kwankwaso, we have to be very, very active in holding them to account and be ready to fight to protect the victory that has come. We have to be ready. I supported Buhari by stupidity. I was very stupid at the time, and I supported Buhari. And I went for the inauguration, and before I left Nigeria in the inauguration, I started to fight Buhari. I was there at a union fountain, and I said, Buhari has changed the security men that protect him in Aso Rock, and he has not yet removed the ones that we voted him in to remove that are not fighting Boko Haram properly, that were partying in Adamawa State all the time. We voted you in to protect us. You've protected yourself. You've changed your own security in Aso Rock, but you've not yet changed, you know, the ones there. And I started fighting Buhari from before I even left Nigeria within 1 month. We have to defend our victory. Whichever victory we get, if it's a victory that we want, we should start fighting from day one to defend it. We should watch everything it does. Because otherwise, these influences are going to come and take over, and we'll get back to the same place where we are now.
All right. Thank you. The Blackstone, you're next. We can't hear you. Unmute yourself, Blackstone. Okay, go ahead. We still can't hear you. Something is wrong with your system. We will let you go for now, and we go to Ebi. Ebi, welcome to the show.
Yeah, Rudolph, nice to see your face on Sunday afternoon.
Thank you.
And I say my.
Can you hear me now?
Hold on, we'll come back to you later,
Okay.
the Blackstone. Okay, go ahead,
Yeah.
Ebi.
So it's my pleasure again to see Dr. Brimah. I'd wondered where you are. You've been quiet, or maybe it's me that didn't follow your trail. I like you so much. We have not agreed on everything, but you have been an intellectual, a very good, proud product of Nigeria. And I respect your work. So I have two quick things. I'm known for not too much of words here. But the first thing I will say is directly to Rudolph. I couldn't join yesterday, but do you remember my poll in the Uber drivers that I said I made in Lagos? Did you see the signal yesterday?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Emiloka should be shitting in his pant. All right. I have two things for Dr. Brimah. First of all, I like your analysis of the Obi-Datti. I am somewhat Obi-Datti at this stage, also a staunch supporter of Omoyele Sowore, but I'm a realist and a pragmatist. People are saying that he's associating with the people that destroyed Nigeria. In that case, we should remove the name of Mandela from, we should stop respecting him. The people who destroyed him and kept him in jail for 27 years, all right? He came out and made friends with them. And that did not diminish his reputation. We have to be realistic. I used to be coconut head overly also and think that everything has to be pure. These are some of the things over the years that I've learned that I have friends now, and that's why I even challenge. Show me your friend, and I will say who you are. I have some bad friends, quote and unquote. I don't know what that bad means, and I have some friends who, quote and unquote, based on our line of thought, religiosity, and culture, classify as good friends. But I am who I am. I am Ebenezer Komalafe. All right. So two questions. Just one question. I like that your book. I'm going to look for it because I like that line of thought. One question I want to ask you is, I like your analysis of the XY and XX and how you brought it out and see that the woman can come out of a man and the other way, and how you relate it to science. The other one I want to chip in just to tap your brain, I want to see your line of thought from there, is the creation itself. Wouldn't you think that is also, in fact, genetic engineering in a sense by some people, aka God, because they say, let us. Do you think that the original creation itself is a product of genetic engineering? Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Brimah.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah. So what you just exhibited, sir, is what is called wisdom. Wisdom is something that the young people, like the young people, you can't invent it. You can't. I grew wise when I supported Buhari, and I saw what happened. I grew wise. So wisdom is from experience, yearned over years, and as you get wise, you realize that you are not going to get this perfect system where you have this immaculate candidate right now in Nigeria that is untainted, is not going to interact and make any kind of associations with snakes and scorpions and vultures and will win. I'm down for that. And, for those who want that, I've tried to do that in a lot of ways. I've tried. Shore and myself, our primary way forward is a revolution by any means. In fact, what happened in Burkina Faso, I put it as in my profile. I shared it. I shared a clip from it, and I cut away Burkina Faso because it's like a dream to me. So,
all right. I take it that you're done.
Devils and demons.
Okay.
So no. So yeah. So that's the point. So we all have to bear with, whatever associations our candidates make, as long as it's not too much and it's not embedded in those two political parties. It is what it is. We can't get perfect right now. That said, on the miracle topic and genetic engineering, that's very, 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 how do I put it? That's deep. So, like in my book, what I'm talking about is I actually delve into some of this stuff. And my book has something even deeper, something that I believe I sort of unraveled, which is the soul, or the biological representation of the soul. So when we talk about genetic engineering, now when you talk of the creation story, there was a point when the Westerner used to claim that, it was called the multi-origin hypothesis of humanity, of evolution, where the Western scientist or whatever from Darwin claimed that, we all originated separately in different zones. And then the black man originated separate from the white man. So we are not linked. But then the religious story had it right, which is that, everybody stems from one genetic, or what is called MTA Adam, mitochondrial DNA Adam, and a mitochondrial DNA Eve. And that we are all linked together to one source. So that is called the single origin hypothesis. So the genetics is very, so from my analysis, I said, which is part of the argument that I made in my book, our soul is the biological equivalent, or the actual, our DNA chromosome, our area of chromosomes is our soul. So now I'm not going into some other, because, some people are afraid of the word God, and they're looking for something outside of God. Whichever way you look at it, whoever engineered you is what we call God. So we don't have to now start arguing, is it something else? That name of whoever engineered it is God, or is what we call God. And it was engineered. It's called soul, and I believe that's called our DNA.
All right.
That links with the soul. That we are engineered, and that chromosome, that human chromosome, our whole chromosomes is, that's the basis of who we are. That's basically what's linked to our soul, or is our soul.
Okay, let's go to Dr. Eberechi.
Dr. Damages, I'll just step out so that other people can step in. I'll keep listening. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you. Okay, Dr. Eberechi, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm really happy to be here. This is my first time. Though I've been watching your program for some time now. I really appreciate the effort.
Thank you.
Talking about P2B and the campaign, I think it's safe to say at this point that some of us are gladdened by the steady progress that he has been making. I think there is a lot of excitement out there, both in Nigeria and in the diaspora, for what his potential emergence will bring to Nigeria. Now, but over the last couple of days, I've gotten increasingly worried about the campaign itself and the structurelessness of it. I mean, I'm not using the term structure, kind of stirs all kinds of reactions. But when I'm talking about structure now, I don't mean it in the exact where it is used by the opposition party in Nigeria to dismiss the campaign. I think it has gotten to that point in time, in my view, in the campaign where there should be a bit of structure in the way the campaign is run. So I've been looking forward to. I was hoping that by now, that the campaign would have moved to this particular phase. But it doesn't seem to me that P2B is one that is one that gravitates towards structure. And you see that both in his speeches. I've never seen him kind of, put down his thoughts on a paper. He just rattles through as they come into his brain. And in doing that, sometimes I notice some kind of gaffe that will end his campaign if he were to be in this part of the world. So now, as the campaign gathers momentum, and as we now get into the last quarter of this campaign, I've been asking myself if it is possible to get a David Axelrod or Jim Messina down to Nigeria to help him structure the campaign. There have been series of moments, especially in the last 1 or 2 weeks, where I thought if only P2B had a very good structure, he would have been able to even create more awareness and kind of push his narrative a little bit further. So for instance, I don't know. Although I don't know if I'm putting Nigerian politics on the same pedestal as what we have here. I'm in Canada actually, so, and then of course so I don't know if I'm being very unfair to him by expecting something similar to what we have here. But I do think that for P2B to really win this election, he has to be deliberate. He cannot muddle through. He cannot allow this messaging to be left in the hands of the ragtag army on social media, who are doing excellent job, I might add. But he needs to do more than that. There has to be a particular, the campaign itself has to be structured. There has to be, rapid response squad who picks on statements, on statements that, that a lot of spokespersons for these opposition parties make on air and kind of amplify those statements in support of his own narrative. There has to be, okay, yesterday was a very big major campaign, a big out in Lagos. In this part of the world, the positive coverage of that particular match would have given rise to enormous online donation. You would have, by now you would have had that, because of the hype, that would have been an opportunity to key to just to squeeze in a very quick donation, and so I have been waiting for a platform. I heard 3 weeks ago that there will be a platform where people will make donations. I've been waiting for this platform up to this moment. If it exists, I don't know. So I'm wondering whether does P2B think he would just continue to move in this manner and then just and hoping that his luck will carry him through. I don't think so, really. I think that time has come when he really needs to really get down to the granola of what a proper campaign is supposed to be. And until he does that, I worry that the campaign may fizzle out even before January election. That is my widow's contribution.
All right, thank you, Dr. Eberechi. Perry, you want to comment?
Yes, I'm very, very impressed. Dr. Eberechi is speaking like a Westerner. Yeah, well, I'm not sure whether our method of thinking applies in Nigeria. So I agree with what you're saying. I'm very impressed that you really appreciate Axelrod. Axelrod, he helped Obama to create paths to victory that were otherwise, he one of the things Axelrod did, for instance, in talking about campaign strategies, is he created fake so-called groups, associations that supported. So he kind of invented that system where there'll be like Market Women's Association, Old People's Association supports Obama, this association. So he just invented these groups all over, and then all the support comes together. So It creates this, you have to have a calculated campaign strategy. Is Peter Obi doing that? Because Peter Obi is under a lot of pressure. He's suddenly rising very, very fast. Is he doing that? Does he have an intellectual team? Lots of these times during Atiku and Buhari's time, they actually hire foreigners to come and help them organize their campaigns. Or he can get people like you who are thinkers to come and help him to set up his campaign. Is he doing that at this point in time? Because you need to understand he's moving very, very fast. So at this rate and speed, it's hard for him to be on top of everything. Does he have an intellectual team around him now? And that also tries to prove what kind of leadership he would have. Is he still going to be operating old school or try to? And then we know that the Nigerian terrain is very, very different. So whereas over here, you harness, clout from, successful rallies and get donations. In Nigeria, maybe what you have to do is use that network to buy over chiefs or get the support of chiefs in villages. So it operates a little bit differently from the way it operates here. We hope he is doing it. We hope he can invite and employ intelligent minds like yours to help him to set it up. Because otherwise, he'll be a failure in campaign and he'll be a failure as a president if he doesn't do this.
Thank you. Let's go to James. James in Gambia. James, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, I signed in very late. I want to first of all comment on what Mr. Abi was saying about Nelson Mandela. The post-apartheid situation in South Africa was achieved through negotiated settlement with the whole of South Africa, not with the stalwarts of apartheid. The stalwarts of apartheid, people like Verwoerd, D.F. Malan, Louis Volta, and Botha, Vorster, F.W. de Klerk, these are stalwarts of apartheid. But when the negotiation time came, they all sat down, the whole of South Africa from top to bottom, to arrive at what is operating in South Africa today. This is not what Mr. Murray is saying that Obi is doing. Obi is negotiating with the cabal, just like Nelson Mandela negotiating with F.W. de Klerk, Vorster, Verwoerd, D.F. Malan, Louis Botha. These are two different situations completely, so we should get that very clear. The South African situation is unique compared to what we are doing here in Nigeria. Okay, and also, if you look at Iran, when the Ayatollah returned from exile in 1979 from France, he swept away the entire system. Shah Pahlavi was running from country to country before he died in Egypt. He did not co-opt the old system to form his own new system. What we seem not to realize is that this obese movement is a revolutionary movement in the making. If he will be able to handle it, that's a different matter. And when you are talking of structures, I do not expect him to use the antiquated structures of this old cabal to set up his own administration or to come to office. He's operating within a party, the Labour Party. I know Pat Utomi is a member of that party. They know precisely what they are doing. It's up to them. If they want to win elections, they know their strategies. But it's not compulsory that we must use the antiquated system we've been using since 1960 to solve modern Nigerian problem. If you do that, you are only handing power over to the cabals. That's what I have to say for now.
All right, thank you. Thank you, James. Dr. Perry, you have a comment? Or we'll move to the next person.
I agree with him. Like I commented, we don't know what he's doing. We hope they have a system. We hope they have a team and they are reading the ground and they are doing something properly. But I don't know. We hope, but I don't know. A movement on the streets cannot make you win this election. So it's like waves. He's riding the waves, but is he steering properly in the right direction? He's riding the waves right now, but is he steering? That I don't know, honestly. We hope he knows what he's doing.
All right. Let me read a question from. Hold on, we still have new people who are yet to talk. There's a question on the comment section from one Joseph. He said, "Do you, that's you, Dr. Brimah, think that Obi and his movement will need the support of Wike and Amaechi to get the South out, since Wike and Amaechi have been sidelined by their respective parties?" Just hold that answer. Let me call Joseph Solomon to also ask your question. Joseph, go ahead. Unmute yourself, Joseph. Okay, go ahead. No, you're still muted, Joseph. Okay, go ahead.
hear me now?
Speak up a little bit.
Good evening, house.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, that's it. Oh, so I really might have a question to ask. My contribution to this meeting is that in light
We
to
can't hear you
what
very well. Yeah, just somehow we can't
can
hear
you
you
hear me
very well.
now?
Okay, okay.
In light to what Dr. Iberici said earlier on, that Peter Obi will need certain support, certain people to help him create platforms, to help him create groups, to to help him create these bodies that will come together to form that that multitude that will come together to form that millions to help him win this election to become the president of Nigeria. But then what I'm asking is that we are as the people, what is our role? What role are we playing in letting our candidates win? Because I have seen APC supporters, I've seen what they're doing. I've seen what, sorry to use the word hoodlums and thugs, I've seen what they're doing out there in the streets. I'm in Nigeria presently, Lagos to be precise. I have seen what they're actually doing. I have seen how they are making waves among their own people. I have seen how they are making support, how they are creating groups. So what is our support as as the voters to make our choice to let Obi-Datti win this coming
Yeah,
election?
James, we're having difficulties hearing you very well. I don't know if.
I get the call what he's saying.
James? No, not James. Not James. I'm not talking.
No, not James. Sorry, Joseph. Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay.
The role of each individual.
Yeah, because we say we support this person, we say we support that person. I support Peter Obi. Yes, I support Peter Obi. But what is my contribution? What is
All right.
my contribution?
Thank you.
That is the question we should be asking one another. That is how we can make him win, not by sitting down and having this whole equation arranged and having this equation, having this talk, having this meeting over and over. What is my action in the light of letting Peter Obi become the president of Nigeria? Because Nigeria really needs him. If we should be frank, if we should tell ourselves the truth, if we look deep into our hearts, Nigeria needs somebody like this. Nigeria have been suffering for too long. Nigeria needs a person like this. Now, this person comes. Permit me to use the word, this phrase. He have not been in this system of godfatherism, of how they run it here, how they run it, and this nothing cabals, and this Tinubu party, and this Atiku party. They are reliant on the fact that we know how things run here. They are reliant on the fact, on that their belief that we have been in the system for so long, you cannot just come in and kick us out. Forget the support of the youth, forget the support of this person and that person, forget the support of, you may have the people, but we know how to do it. So what is our own contribution to thwart the plots, the ploys of these old people? Sorry for using the word old. I mean, when I mean old, I hope you understand what I mean. I mean people who are self-centered, who believe that they know how everything works. We don't know anything. That is why they can write this. So what is our own support? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Joseph. We appreciate your time. Dr. Brimah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, for instance, I am a person who have always been very, very active up until the last couple of years. I've always been very, very active, and it's correct. Joseph is right. We all have to participate. So there are certain areas where our candidate is strong. But in areas where our candidate is not strong, we should move in there as much as we can. Like I said, jamborees, parties, set up anything you can set up as an individual. Everybody in the North who can speak Hausa, if you can sing songs, start singing. Let people sing songs, let them do everything in anywhere. It's not for, you're totally correct. This is not something that that Obi or Datti can do by themselves. So in any way that you can participate, that you can contribute, that you can create something, create some festival, create an occasion, create an event, a show, depending on how much money you have, wear the t-shirt every day. speak some things, reasons. If you speak Hausa, because those are the areas where maybe Obi has a little bit of more work to do, is in the core north, just that top part, maybe, I don't know how many million there are, very small piece of land. If you can speak Hausa, make your recordings in Hausa and tell people the reasons why it is time to, in ways that can be shared in the types of, media that the poor people can afford. So everybody has a role to play, and that's absolutely true. Everybody needs to play that role, no matter how small it is.
All right. Thank you. No, Joseph. No, Joseph. We just let's make sure we talk to everybody who is here before we go for second round. Okija, welcome to the show.
Good day, everyone. Dr. Brimah, nice to meet you. I think I've heard you speak before, but I was gonna follow up on something, but then I forgot live. Anyway, thank you for being here. I would like to, because what's his name? Madi? Was it the guy that was talking about? Was telling Northern Christian not to vote for P2B, and sorry,
is it not Shehu Madi?
Yeah, Madi. Yeah. I don't know if you are, because I don't know if you're familiar with the Northwest very well. Could you talk about what you think or whatever, or if there is statistics, the ethnic, the religious composition of northern states? I know in most middle belt are mostly Christians, but like something like Borno, Sokoto, all those are northwest and northeast and northwest. That's one. And also, I did last, because I wasn't here when you started, but I had the last part before we came in, to ask you questions. We were talking about, the ribs, the genetic, the cloning. So it seems like, some of that, I like to have that kind of discussion, because I think I had a conversation with someone here, and he was telling me that, that dinosaur, they're not in the Bible, so that's why the Bible is fake. The person knows who he is. So I would like to talk, because okay, dinosaurs, they're not in the Bible, and I was trying to make this person understand that it is not significant. I mean, like upon everything that is in the universe, the dinosaur is significant. But I would like you to talk about what you think. I have my own thoughts anyway, but I want to hear you. What do you think about why what happened to them? What happened to dinosaurs? Why what happened? Was there like another world before the one we live in right now?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Okija. Let me say this before you answer, Dr. Brimah. How long do you still have with us? Because this is 90 minutes and we exceeded that. So you still have time with us? Because if you do, okay, good. So we can let some people give room for new people to join us so that they will have an opportunity to ask questions. So Dr. Brimah, go ahead, Brimah.
The dinosaur question just made me forget the first point that you made. Just remind me.
Oh, I was talking about the religious composition, or what do you think religious composition of the northern states?
Right. So see, while I am obedient, I am not campaigning for Obi. Before people will think I'm campaigning, I'm totally obedient, but I'm not. What I'm saying is, I'm not using this platform to campaign for Obi, but I'm totally obedient. So that said, while I'm going to tell you what I believe is the answer to this question, I am not trying to stoke a religious base for a victory for Obi. Now, with those two things cleared, the North is not what a lot of people think about it. So I'll give you one of the examples. In the North, you have, how many votes do everybody get? 11 million votes. That's what used to win 12 million, right? Within the North, which seems like this Muslim place, you have as many as 10 million Shia Muslims. And what is a Shia Muslim? A Shia Muslim is not the type of people who vote for Buhari or Atiku or any of these people. They are the ones that Buhari has destroyed them, killed them, locked up Zakzaki, and so on and so forth. So within the Shia Muslims, that he can Obi-Datti and what's his name, and Obi can grab out of the millions of Shia Muslims, then there are a whole lot more Christians in the north than everybody wants to admit. When you go to the Gongola, Adamawa, Jos, Kaduna, so many Christians. So I'm not trying to make this into a religious fight, but if this is a pure religious battle, there are enough Christians and non-extremist Muslims. The problem are the extremist Muslims in the north. That's the problem. The Balalau, the Izala type of group, the extremist Muslims. That's the problem in the north. If you remove that out of it, trust me, the religious terrain there is, there's a big victory for non-extremist thinkers over there. So I think there's too much. There are too many terrains that have more of the votes in the north than the people. We're all worried about a certain people. Very few extremist people. They are not more than 20% of the votes in the north. A lot of Christian vote, a lot of Shia Muslim vote, a lot of intellectual vote, a lot of progressive youth vote. Too much votes to be grabbed in. It just needs to work on it. So that's it. And in some parts, like stuff, you may even have half 50-50 Christian Muslim. I don't know what the numbers are, but if you look at it, you may be surprised at what you see in those areas. We are not trying to make this thing boil down to a religious battle between religions. I'm a Muslim, but I'm embarrassed by the fact that people vote. You have people like Mahdi and stuff who try to make it into a religious conversation. That is not what it is. I do not mind a pastor. I don't mind clergy. I don't mind a priest with, the whole attire coming for president of Nigeria. Or wearing the attire being president. I don't mind. I'm looking for progress. I need that dollar rate to drop from 725 back to 225 when Jonathan handed it back. And then even down. That's what we need so that our country can progress. The diaspora, we used to contribute $40 billion to Nigeria every year. Because of the policies of these governments, the diaspora money is not coming to Nigeria anymore. So the dollar is getting worse and worse because we are not sending money home like before anymore. We send money home, we can't bring it back. So there are so many problems that we should not be discussing religion in this matter at all. There are so many problems that are destroying Nigeria. Our budget was 30-something billion. Diaspora is sending home more money than the budget. And we are not sending it anymore. So we need to think beyond this. But so that said, talking about dinosaurs and one of the first things that I make clear in my book, and in my book, Believe in Miracles, I use three major scriptures references. I use the Bible, I use the Quran, and I use the Bhagavad Gita. That's one of the main Hindu scriptures. So the first thing is we limit ourselves when sometimes we don't understand the proper use of religion. So I'm not coming to religion from one POV, I'm coming from the whole history of what the religions talk about. And I believe there's a unison of all of them. So you don't stop at one scriptural text or the limits to it, because if you say, okay, the Bible, then which Bible are you talking about? The Catholic Bible has 73 books and the Protestant has 66. And if you go beyond that to Constantine's time, then you have over 300, 600 books from which these were brought out of, and you have the lost Gospels and so on. So firstly, have we said scripture thoroughly to find, and then you now go to the Hindu scripture, which is 3,000 years younger in terms of time. So a lot of people, when they come to religious conversations, they say, oh, I just checked this book and I found this. Have you checked the religious conversation as a whole? It's not everything that is mentioned in every book. Now, that said, if you go to a lot of scriptures, you see terms that people not look at it in terms of things like dinosaur, but you see creations have been made and wiped out and replaced by other creations. And if you now look for the proper thing, then you will find it. So you'll see terms that describe, okay, these creations were made and wiped out, and then we made this to replace and wiped out, and then we made that. So creation has gone through phases, and you find that in the scripture. And I have answers and references to a lot of this in my book. I'm not sure if you could let, I'm not sure if I missed, there was something that you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, I said it was, could you talk, if there was okay, yeah, you answered the question, if there was, you said creation, wiped out, recreated, things like that.
Because now when you now look properly, now, for instance, I give some examples in my book where I brought forgotten which of the lost gospels that I added in one of the chapters of my book. In the lost, now when you look at the terminology, and I'm not sure it's written that way in the current Bible, but when you look at the terminology for creation, it's the word used is a word that says evolved. So now, for instance, if you look in the Muslim Quran, the word uses evolved, and from water I evolved all creation. Now, put man aside. From water I evolved. So when you look at this word properly, you're going to see that the word used is evolved and not boom, there it is for creation. Other than man, I keep man in a separate category. But when you go back to this scripture and look at the words, you look at it and be like, wow, the word here is evolved these creations. So we've been reading scripture, and that's the wonderful dynamic thing about scripture. We read it and we understand it based on the point in time we are. But we need to now look at it again and go and look at the original words and see what the story is. And we're like, oh, wow. We appreciated it at a point in time in our development, but now we can appreciate it again.
All right, thank you. Let me before I go to Sharon, let me there's a question here from Game TV. It says, Dr. Perry, is the miracle in Nigerian churches real?
I actually saw that question earlier. Somebody asked. I saw it. I wanted to answer it, but I forgot. Yes. Yes. So now, from what I said about miracles, I said they are scientifically compatible, and that's 99% of the miracles that I've seen. And anybody can bring up, like I gave you the example of Jonah swallowed by the fish, and the skin peels. It's probably cold water. You can survive for 3 days within cold, and he comes out sick and has to, take therapy for himself. And you can bring up any of the miracles that you know of, that you've had problems with in scripture. And I'm going to just show you, as a scientist, published researcher, ways that these miracles conform with science. So, and then the miracles have to have a purpose. So miracles have a purpose, and they actually conform with science because God is the master of science. So I'll now throw that question back to you. Those church miracles, do they have a purpose, and do they conform with science? I don't think so. So those miracles are not the type of miracles I'm talking about. I'm sorry. And the Bible goes to say, supports that view, and it says, some people are going to come and they'll say, we cast out demons in your name, and we heal people in your name, and the Lord will say, get away from me, I do not know you. So those miracles are different categories.
All right, thank you. No, James, we can't go to people yet. Let's just finish up with the people we have in here, then we can go for second round. Sharon, you are next.
Don't forget me, Mr. Rudolph.
Who did I forget? I'm talking about Sharon. Who did I forget?
The Blackstone.
Oh, what happened? Oh yeah, sorry, sorry. Go ahead, Sharon. You have to
unmute yourself. You are muted.
Unmute yourself. All right. You see that's
Shehu is obedient. Shehu is obedient. That's obedient network.
He can't. All right. Let's go to Shehu. Can you hear me? No. All right. Let's go to Black.
Yes. Hello.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay. Go
Particularly.
Go ahead.
And yes, I'm on. One of the speakers was talking about our contribution towards the success of the election, and my own is a bit of a suggestion. If there are people that are like-minded can be connected to Obi's campaign committee or whatever, the way PDP is having its own committee, APC is having. If Obi can have a committee like that, then people are ready to use their resources to do something. There are some people, they may not be able to go some parts of the country, maybe because of their understanding of the terrain, where they link to people there and get things organized. The truth is that if we are depending on this crowd we are seeing in Lagos, Bayelsa, all this crowd, don't be surprised that most of very many of them may not even have PVC. And there are some problems on PVC that we are detecting in some areas now. That don't be surprised that most people that register for this card, very many of them will not get their cards. I'm telling you the truth. So many things are happening. There are some places now that they are doing selection. INEC has been infiltrated. That so many. I don't want to mention whether ruling party or PDP, that they are picking some names. There are some names that will not get card. We are looking at your name and where you come from. You will not get card. So if there is a number of people that they can link up with, people that they can work with in the far north. Number two, if there's a way INEC can be monitored in such a way that the card of some people will not miss. I'm very sorry to say that a lot of people that you see on the road will not vote on that day, if not in the so. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, thank you. Dr. Perry, you have answer for that.
You're absolutely correct about that. And Obi has to harvest and harness the movement and turn it into actual political currency. It's absolutely the truth. We love seeing the crowds, but he has to come. We have to actively convert that into a jamboree and let the whole of Nigeria have no choice but be singing that song and converting people. It's like almost like a religious program. You have to convert it into actual people who have PVC, so that they'll reject being bribed and given rice. And they understand that even if they are given rice, they can still vote in another direction. So we have to.
Yes, that's it.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Oka Emmanuel. Oka, go ahead. Unmute yourself, Oka.
Can I take
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry, this is actually my first time coming here, but I've been listening on the background for so many months now. Sometimes I have to even reach. I think I have only two platforms I used to listen, this one and the one-man platform, but I used to enjoy all of them. This is my first time of coming on the stage.
Thank you.
So actually come here to, ask a question because something is actually bothering me based on what INEC is saying. I think they roll out on Thursday when as one of the commissioner says that Obi, as in, I don't know how he put that headline, something that the money they are paying to the Labour Party might disqualify Obi, so to say. So because I think the Labour Party roll out the bank account where to start donating. So immediately some hours later, so that news came up, and there's another platform where there's donation going on. So if he can clarify, if he has more to clarify us, if this will not jeopardize our efforts down here, because here in Nigeria doing a lot behind the scene. So that's the kind of
where
thing.
in Nigeria are you? Okay,
I'm in Abuja.
Abuja, okay.
Yes, Abuja.
That's very easy to answer that. Everybody should donate as much as they can. Nigeria has no rules. Forget it. Don't worry about that. They cannot disqualify.
Okay. Yeah, if you say there's no rule, because they are looking for they are looking for excuses, just any slight excuses against P2B.
Millions to Osinbajo and Buhari and stuff, and forget that.
Now let me add that I think there is a rule about foreign money. So I don't know what it is, but there is a rule, and that's what they mention most of the time about foreign money.
I believe we should forget about all of that. Donate.
Okay.
They are not. So they are not. What's the word?
They are not enforcing anything. They can't enforce it.
I mean, Obi, what is the damage? I've forgotten the word. What's the word? Nullify or what's the word? Obi will be there till the final line. Forget about that. That's
all right. The black stone.
Sorry, I have another one about.
No. Okay, hold on.
Sorry, I listened to what he said yesterday when he was about to step down from the platform. So he said, and I think he mentioned that today. He said that Obi is signing some documents that might jeopardize us, like that will not put us first. So we really want to know with the document that Obi is signing up north, according to him. So I don't know whether he has cleared, because he said he's coming here today to clarify that statement.
Yeah, well,
So
we're getting to that. We'll get to that. That's why I brought him back. The Blackstone, you're next.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph, and thank you, Dr. Perry. And I've been listening to your analysis since you started in this platform today. Yeah, I just have I have some concern and some contribution actually. First of all, let me answer Uka. There's a limit. There's when it comes to contribution, right, to political parties. To the candidate, you can contribute to the candidate. There's no limit. It can come from anywhere. But to the party, it's a different ball game. The party cannot receive funds from foreign countries or from people from foreign countries. That's what they use, right? But for the candidate, there's no restriction where it can receive its fundings and things like that, right? So that is quite clear from the new INEC regulations, actually, right? The new law, right? So that is for just to clear that, right? So if you want to donate to Peter Obi, and for the parties, there's a ceiling, there's a maximum they can get, but not from abroad. Okay, all right. So from the momentum that's going on, right, from the rallies, the motivation is, for me, is great, is wonderful, and it will be nice to keep it going, right? So I will say that when we get to December, January, right, that is when we can be worried if the momentum is going down. That's where we actually see the trend where the political parties, where the candidates are standing from December, January. I know that in December there are going to be a lot of buying. Both the big parties, will be able to give out money to electorate, to voters, not to buy their conscience, because December is a critical time in Nigeria. It's everybody needs money. It's time they want to really buy the voters, buy their conscience, sell their themselves to them by buying them over, right? From December, January, that's the time we need to really worry about the trend, what is going on. This moment at the moment is very good. Everybody's been enlightened, everybody's knowing what is going on, but is it going to continue till maybe January or February before the election day, right? That's one thing I'm concerned about, right? So the second thing is, just my question to you, Dr. Perry, right? We have the beavers, so I don't know so much. I don't know if you know how the beavers is being operated. Is it possible for one person to vote twice with the divas? Because why I'm asking this question is this, right? I don't know if the beavers stores the informations of voters at a moment. When you go to the polling booth, you are authenticated and you vote. Does the beavers store that information, right? If maybe 1 hour later, that same person comes and try again with the system, with beavers also authenticating the second time, right?
All right.
Like, for example, we have our phones, we have the thumbprint or the facial identification and everything. You can do it over and over again, right? Because it does not store the time in which it authenticate you, right? So will the beavers be the same thing? That's my question, because I think maybe if the beaver does not store those informations that this person has been authenticated once, cannot be authenticated again, or maybe about 8 hours later or things like that, it can be compromised. That is my concern, right? And also, I will tell everybody that if you have any suggestion that you need to give to INEC, you can go to INEC website, send an email, like what I did just last Thursday. I told INEC you should change the ballot paper. You should change that was my suggestion. They should change the method of thumb printing, right? Because when you thumb print horizontally, right, it's difficult for you to put your finger at the line. That's why they have the thumb print goes above the line. At the end of the day, they say the thumb print is on two parties. That ballot is considered as invalid, right? But if the line is vertical, right, people can easily put their fingerprint without crossing those lines crossing to another party. Right, so that was my suggestion. I give to INEC. They can consider, you can put into consideration. So, if you have any suggestion you can have, tell INEC, give to them. So, if you are not getting your PVC, go to INEC website, inform them. I had Saturday and so time not got my PVC. Where's my PVC? So you can be able to do all these things because INEC website is well robust and there's messaging possibilities there. You can call, you can send them WhatsApp message and everything. So you can do those things, right? So that's just my own. So I don't know what you know about beavers, how it can be compromised. I don't know. So just don't know. So just my question.
Thank you, the Blackstone. Perry, you have anything to say? Add?
From my understanding, after you pass through the beavers card stage, then you still put your thumbprint on a card. Am I correct?
No. So no. Okay. You put in your card into the beavers, right? Right. So then you authenticate with your thumbprint or your facial, right?
That's the accreditation of you as a voter.
Yes, as a voter, right?
You pass your vote on a card.
No. Yes. Then you now cast your vote on the ballot paper.
On a ballot paper. That's what the end of beavers is casting your vote on a ballot paper.
Right. So what I'm trying to ask that at that time of authentication, right? Is it possible that somebody can be authenticated twice?
I mean, based on the way, for instance, in the American system, at some point in time, they complained that the systems were rigged. The computer systems were rigged. So computer systems can always be rigged by this can happen. It's unfortunate, but it's just the reality. Computer systems can be rigged. So, but I'm not sure whether that is exactly where then Tinubu are going to rig this thing from. Typically, from the last elections, what we saw is after the whole, we need to be ready for the major strategies that they play, and that includes intimidation, voter deprivation in areas of strongholds. So in areas where it's strongholds, what they do is they beat people up, they loot the ballot boxes, they destroy that. Now, in areas where they are strong, the beavers is to get through. But then they still bring all these boys in and they put them and print. And during the recertification of the election votes, who actually gets to check that these voter cards were printed by accredited people? You know, the announcement is made the next day. So I understand what you're saying that, you know, but after I wish the vote was on the machine. If the vote was on the machine, then I'll say, okay, as long as that machine is good, there's no problem. But after that machine, if you remember the election during Jonathan's time, and was it Buhari, Jonathan, or what? We saw these young kids lining up and thumbprinting, and some people, the same people will stand and they keep thumbprinting. And then by the time they count it, the people who are counting it have all been bribed and bought, and they agree that, yes, we certify the count is correct. So at the end of the day, once it still boils down to the voters' cards, no matter what you use to get certified to get in, when it boils down to the voter cards, they buy all the people around that zone. And if it's zones where they are weak, they fight and loot the box away, so all your votes are wasted. You know, at the end of the day, they will still rig. So, you know, Obi needs to have people in place at all the places to make sure there are no kids. And sometimes the kids do it at home, but nobody is bringing in cakes, some printed boxes, and nobody is carrying away their votes. That's, to me, where we need to focus. They cannot, that double entry cannot be so much of that.
All right. Thank you so much. We have forefathers next, but before his question or comment, I will also appeal to people here. I don't know, Brimah, how much time do you still have with us?
About
Another 30 minutes, if it's okay with you.
maybe like 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Okay, 20 minutes. All right. So I'll plead with people here. If you can give room for 2 days, I think I have 1 or 2 people who are trying to join. 2 people to give room so that 2 people can join and maybe get a chance. Go ahead, forefathers.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Rudolph, and greetings to Dr. Perry, Brimah, and I support everything he said regarding the election, and greetings to everyone on the panel, chat, and the viewers. I just wanted to address the point about genetics because I feel like maybe religion somehow is tilting our judgment in terms of what he said about women being created from men. Because if I look at the Y chromosome, that's the Y chromosome has far less information than the X chromosomes. And they say that God needed permission to be able to slice off a bit of the X chromosome to create a man in the other direction is just following the Bible without asking questions, because clearly the Y chromosome has more genetic information, human genetic information, than the Y chromosome. It makes sense that that is where most of the gene pool of the human race is coming from. Secondly, when a man, 40% of men go on to procreate in historically than women, it means that when a man has only women, guess what? Only women are left. The man goes on. So it means that what we call a human race is mostly the woman race. And for you to say that that it has to be the other way around, genetically, in terms of the quantity of information present in the white gene, it doesn't support that. It's like the copy having more information than the original. That is how it seems. It flips the script on its head. And in terms of the biological this kingdom, from what we observe, it seems to be in the other direction. So I don't understand. Is it because of religion that you are tilted in that direction?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm not sure. Maybe you didn't hear my explanation properly in the beginning. So I'll just take time to break it down a little bit more clearly. Slowly, I want to break it down slowly and a little bit more clearly. Men have an X and a Y. Women have 2 X's. So the one thing that I said was you can clone, for instance, Dolly. When you want to clone Dolly sheep or you want to clone something, you can clone a woman out of a man. Because to clone a woman out of a man, all you need is 2 X's. And men have the same X that a woman has. They have one of the X in each cell. 2 cells, you get 2 X's. You can make, and I'm talking of scientifically. So scientifically, if I take your cell, as a scientist, I can clone a female out of you.
Yes, but can I give you an example that contradicts what you are saying?
Yes.
If you have a full bottle of wine and you have a quarter bottle of wine, which one is more complete? Because you can still use that full bottle of wine to create another quarter bottle of wine.
We're not talking about.
I think you are stopping at the point of chromosome and say that's where it ends. In actuality, the chromosomes are made of genes, and the genes can be reduced in the numbers.
Yeah,
and increase.
You're not talking about cloning when you're talking about the examples of bottles of wine. To clone, you don't need the whole bottle. You just need a dot of wine, and you can recreate that wine. So you don't need. It doesn't matter what quantity you have. All you take is a dot, and you can recreate it.
I'm looking at the genetic information inside the chromosomes themselves.
All you need is the genetic information, and each single cell has all that information. So once, for instance, the mammoth is extinct, and they are talking about bringing the mammoth back to life. To bring the mammoth back to life, once you find one cell of the mammoth that has its complete DNA, you can put that in an elephant cell and clone a mammoth. All you need is one, right?
But,
so when
it's still not
I'm sorry?
I say, but it's not a full mammoth, because they're just using the elephant as as an incubation. But
the chromosomes go. Once you have the complete chromosomes of the Because the chromosomes determine everything about you. That's why I call it the soul.
The genes, but the genes is where it starts from. Because that's why I use the example of the same bottle of wine, but one is less full than the other.
The genes one is the chromosomes. The chromosomes contain all the genes. Once I say chromosomes, I've covered genes. I don't have to talk about genes anymore. The genes are what makes up the chromosome.
Exactly. That's why I dispute the point that how can you say that God cannot be able to say, you know what, I have one bottle of wine and reduce it to a quarter to create a man. But you can say the other way is true.
The reason why you cannot make a man out of a woman is because to make a man, you need something that a woman does not have. You need a Y.
But you can create a Y from an X. That's the point I'm making. You can create a Y chromosome from an X because because X contains more information than Y.
Information, but different information.
But you can't get the opposite.
No,
you can't get the opposite. We're talking about almost 1,000 in X and 50 something in Y.
More information, but different information. The Y is different from the X. So even though
it's just less. It's not different. It's just less.
It has certain things.
All right, guys. All right.
Certain genes.
We are going to have a debate on the X and Y chromosomes. For people like us who studied Igbo, BK, and others, we don't really. Let's finish up the politics.
Sorry, it's just a logical thing. I don't think it's even biological because I'm not a doctor per se.
All right. Forefathers, we have our guest is about to leave, so let's get him to talk to two more people before he goes, and I have Wale, Adewale, and who is okay, Adewale, you go next.
Thank you, Dr. Damage. Hello, Dr. Brimah. So I have two questions, but I'll ask just one because of the time constraint. Now, the Obi movement. Let's say assume that Obi wins the election, right? What do you think? Because I know some obedient might be watching this show, but what do you think is administration need to do to cleanse the civil service? Because the civil servants are the one helping the politician to perpetrate the evils in the land. So, what do you think is administration need to do, to reorientate the civil service to have a better Nigeria? Thank you.
Adewale, we are not even in December. You're already thinking of the administration.
We have to assume every possibility.
All right. Go ahead, Dr. Perry.
It's interesting. It's already. But I think the one thing that I have always seen, not just the civil service, the police force and other things in Nigeria, the one thing that needs to be tackled is compensation. So before you start to, adjust certain things or ask people to work in certain different ways, we need proper compensation, the salary levels. And that's why, for instance, when Obasanjo gave Nuhu Ribadu a job, and Nuhu Ribadu was doing the job pretty well. Part of what Obasanjo did at the time, and most of the people Obasanjo gave jobs to, and that were able to do the jobs efficiently, was he gave them salaries that were basically foreign level salary. We cannot continue to pay our people with salaries that are less than what their peers make in other countries and expect any kind of anything out of the police force, the civil service, anything. So to me, the number one thing that needs to be done is proper. And ASU strikes, their salary is, from my salary, I can afford to pay, let's say, as a lecturer salary in America, I can afford to pay maybe, I don't know how many lecturers in Nigeria. It doesn't work that way. So to me, that's the number one thing is better compensation before anything else.
Dr. Damage, do you mind if I have a follow-up real quick?
No, we don't. Sorry, I know. I'm sorry because he has to leave, and I don't like.
Last minute. Let's hear the follow-up.
Okay. Adewale, he wants you. All right.
Okay. So if salary increment is what could change or reorientate the thinking of the civil servant, do you think that would be enough to change people who are already, deep neck into fraud perpetration in government? Do you think monetary inducement is enough?
Yes, because so that's why. So for instance, once you've increased the salary, now you've improved the salary of the civil service, you've improved the salary of the police force. Now you're asking of the whole proper governance, because you cannot just take out civil service in terms of governance. Now the laws now need to work. We have all the laws, and that's what Obi said. Obi said What I'm campaigning is the same thing other people are campaigning who will deliver. Nigeria has all the proper laws in place. The problem now is when someone is still corrupt and is on a better salary in the civil service, is there consequence for it? And the only way there's going to be consequence is if he's reported, which they are always reported. A lot of times people report them that this person didn't do his job, this person asked me for money, would there be consequences? So there Obi has to fix. And these were the things when I was campaigning for president, I said within a month, I'm going to turn that country around. Once you give the people hope and trust and they believe in you, and you now top down, tell the chief of police, if anybody under you is reported for participating, that person is going down. Once you now start that from top down, the police chief announces that from now on, anybody that allows this thing to pass, they report a civil servant to you, and if not, you are losing your job. Once you fix the police force top down, you give them proper salaries, read the Riots Act for everybody, let somebody go and ask for bribe or not do his job. He'll be reported and police will investigate him, and all the chains are going to go in place. And people when Idi Agbon was there with Buhari, because I used to think it was Buhari, but it was Idi Agbon. When Idi Agbon was there with Buhari, the minute the Riots Act was read for the country, everybody sat up. Nobody wanted trouble. You'll be surprised when we are flying to Nigeria. On the way to Nigeria, people are standing. They don't sit down. They'll be standing by the bar talking. The pilots, the people will be announcing, please sit down, sit down, sit down. Nobody sits down on the way to Nigeria. People are talking loud. The minute the plane is coming back, the same people, when the plane is coming back to America, you see them sitting down gentle like this. But they don't want trouble. They know that in this direction, if they come, if they are making noise on the plane, they are going to lock them up. The same people that just traveled to Nigeria are shouting. The minute you know that law and order has come, everybody sits down very quiet. So once things are just set up and they know that there is no nonsense at the top, and that's why we thought Buhari would be a good president. The minute you tell the chief of police any nonsense, you are losing your job, and send that message all the way down, he will act properly. And when you report a police officer or a civil servant to them, but they have to have proper salary for them to be able to work.
All right.
Correct itself.
All right, thank you. Quickly, just a question, 1 minute. Man of prestige, you go.
Yeah, thank you everybody. I just came in, so I've not been listening, but I was lucky to, so I've come into the studio. What do we have any particular subject, or we are just listening to that doctor what he was saying? So I don't know what.
Yeah, I am the subject. I am the subject. Next,
your 1 minute is gone, man of prestige. Let me go to Mr. Osa. Osa has been around.
Yeah, you are so wrong. Okay, I thought I'd be abroad of here.
Mr. Osas, go ahead. 1 minute.
Next.
Mr. Sass.
They are obedient. They always arriving late.
All right. So, Omori, you promised to tell us something important today. I want Perry to hear that. Where did you get the source? What information you got? Do you have the details now? Omori, can you hear me?
Yeah. In as much as I want to protect my source, I stepped aside. I went to the comment section. Somebody was saying APC and PDP has infiltrated Obi's camp. Myself and Konkosia, we are one of those infiltrators. I think the person didn't know me or is mistaking me for somebody else. There's anybody that wants to see the end of PDP and APC today. I think I am number one. They have beaten me up. They have manhandled me. They have, bastardized everything that has to do with me. I've gone to a meeting with a leader. He was there like, oh, we don't have any problem in my ward and everything is okay. The election is conducted today, we're going to win. After allowing, after I raised up my hand and said, we are not winning anywhere. So person, chairman and secretary are not talking. Issue of this embezzlement everywhere. In as much as I know, I want to speak the truth. I'm not perfect though. So that thing work against me, even my little political surgeon. The same thing that is working against you with it, we don't bend the truth. If you like, don't vote for us. So, back to your question, Dr. Damages. The person that called me is very close to Obi. He's one of the media, aides. I don't want to mention him because of next time. I want to protect my source. But then,
okay.
For the person that gave me the information, it was strange to him. But for me, it wasn't strange at all. It's the same thing we discussed earlier, even before the call came in. And, with all sense of humility and modesty, I had my ears on both PDP, APC, and everywhere. I don't just come to talk. I don't argue for the sake of winning an argument. What am I going to get? So, it's not different from what we're already aware of. You think Obi going to London to get their backing, you think he's not going to sign on undertaking? If you don't know, go to the history of the letter of Thomas Sankara. You will know more from there. Time will not permit me to tell you. I have 10 examples to give to you. Back to Nigeria. After signing the undertaking in Nigeria.
Choppers, they get a little scared. You don't want to, you know what I mean? I don't want to kick you off, right?
Sorry, man. Sorry about that. That was an interruption there. I'm somewhere trying to take care of some business. I'm sorry about that interruption. So, if he doesn't know what is happening, if you think Britain will give you their nod or their support because you are popular among their people, you must be making a mistake. Let's leave Britain and France out of what is happening in Africa. Come back to Nigeria. I give you another example, a vivid example of Jonathan and Obasanjo. Obasanjo was very instrumental, by special grace of God, to the emergence of Jonathan. No other person will have done it. We are from the same region with Jonathan. We don't have the numbers. We don't have whatever you place on board, politically in Nigeria, you don't have it. But Obasanjo did a lot of permutation and innuendos that led to the emergence of Jonathan. But by special grace of God, we also know how Jonathan left office. The rest is history. You saw Obasanjo tearing his PDP card apart. Jonathan started very well. He was in his book. He could not dance to his tune. He has to kick him out. He did
Hold on, because we don't have time. So I'm trying to get you to tell us, you know what? Hang in there. We'll give him more time when our guest leaves. Ovie, one more.
I just want to summarize.
Omori, why are you scared? I'm the one that give you that info. That by the side.
Can I summarize?
Okay. Hold on. Our guest is leaving. Go ahead, Omori. Summarize.
I'm listening.
Okay, go ahead.
Should I summarize?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. If you remember what Ahmed Baba said when he was threatening that the North cannot be threatened. The reason why I'm giving this background so that the people, that we could have enough evidence. I don't have anything to get for lying against Obi. If Showore is not making the waves, the trend is not for Showore. My next person is Obi, for Christ's sake. I'm on the side of the people. Baba Ahmed said they cannot be threatened. They cannot be intimidated because they have everything. All it takes to remain to retain Nigerian presidency forever. But if they must change their mind, they will change their mind for somebody that will do their bidding. It's all about interest. That was what he said on national television. If you need the clip, I send it to you. So the person that called me was seeing some of the conditions given to Obi as strange. To me, it's so strange. He's one of my warriors against he's one of the warriors I have against Obi. So in a nutshell, they're telling Obi.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, they're telling Obi how they want the military to remain. How they want the Nigeria, the northern generals to be intact. They are not happy for what Obasanjo did against their military by rejigging our military formation, to reduce their power in their own contest. So they're telling him the nature of the military they want, the nature of the NNPC they want, the nature of oil wells and everything they want. Oh. So this has been my problem. It wasn't strange to me, though it's worrisome. So they condition him; they can't support him without dancing to their tune. This is a known fact. So if you doubt me, if you press me further, I will reveal my source.
Don't do that. As a journalist, I will never ask you to do that. Ovie, your comments before I will give our guest.
Mr. Omori, your summary wide. Your summary be like Obi-Datti Movement. Long past the presidency. Yes, Dr. Perry. Once again, thank you for coming. I wish we can have one-on-one to go more on, challenge some of your permutation and all that. But again, in your book, I'm interested. I've not read it, but based on what you guys share so far, I think I really want to read it. But have you read Sapiens? The Brief History of Mankind?
No.
Okay. I want to know if it's opposite to what you put out there, or is Dr. Rufus, have you read that?
No, I know it's a new book, so he may not have read that. I know the book.
Okay. Okay, well, that by the side. Now, back to politics. You kind of want to disagree with how the polity is going in terms of how it's obviously going to be identity politics, the tribes, religion, or, the dichotomy itself, North and South. But that, I was kind of taken aback when you kind of disagree with that narrative, because going by one of your articles in Sarah Reporters of February 3rd, 2020, if I'm not mistaken, and the title of the article is Buhari Absence. And to quote you, you went ahead and said that the class teacher calling the attendance, that is the president classmate, that's the president classmate is responding. You said the Hausa will say by Anan that it is not here. Why my Yoruba brethren, this is your words, will say Kosinle. You further went ahead and say, and the Biafrans who referred to the Biafran, we say Jibril La Sudan, which means a clone. And this is just like 2 years ago. But here you are today saying that everybody should dismiss that kind of narrative. I asked that question, I put it like I'm not trying to come at you personally, but because you are a politician, I mean, you went all the way to contest for a president. So you uttering that kind of words is not just coming out of either ignorance or naivety. You know what you were saying or what you were driving at. So what changed?
Nothing changed. I would be proud to be a Biafran if given a chance. Biafra is a dream. Biafra is more than a territory right now. Biafra is a dream. It's a whole ideology of freedom.
But you referring that part, are you doing them a favor? Were you doing Obi-Datti Movement a favor or a disservice?
You see, I don't know what you mean by a favor or a disservice. It's what a lot of people identify with proudly as Biafrans. It's not a discriminatory term. Now, certain people like Mahdi and certain people are trying to say, oh, Biafra, so what? So what? Right. If this election goes wrong to the slightest, a lot of us, if the slightest that this election goes wrong, Biafra goes right. Right. They are balancing on the edge of Biafra going right. They should give this to Obi, because otherwise, if this election goes wrong, Biafra goes right. And people like us are going to beg for Biafra. I'm going to beg to be Biafra.
Are you saying is that Obi or else? Is that what you are saying?
Hold on. James, go ahead.
Yes.
1 minute. No.
Okay. I did not send in early. I just want to ask a question. In your book, did you factor in the geological time scale? I'm asking this question because trying to reconcile the Bible with science is like it's impossible, because the Bible is a book. It's a book of fables, while science deals with principles. The fear of God is the death of wisdom. So how do you reconcile these two?
All right, thank you, James. Go ahead.
It's a very thick book, so I tried to put a lot of information in it.
But geological time scale, did you factor in geological time scale?
That's what I'm getting into.
Geologically, man came into existence less than 1 million years ago. Dinosaurs existed millions of years ago.
You asked me a question.
Yeah. So you see, the fear of God is the death of
geological, or are you talking of geological or time?
Geological time scale.
Terrain. Geology is terrain.
No, that's not what I mean. No.
So you're talking of genealogical.
History of the earth, paleontology, history of the earth.
Right.
That's what geological time scale is about.
Right. So
if you go deep into geological time scale,
I think the question you want to ask me is the time frame of the Bible correct?
No.
Then what
the
is
Bible is a book of fables. Science deals with principles. The fear of God is the death of wisdom. You cannot reconcile the two.
I just want to get the question.
You can't reconcile the two.
that's an opinion. I want to get it.
No, it's not an opinion. These are scientific facts. I'm telling you.
I'll reconcile it for you. What's the question?
The question is, did you factor in geological time scale in your book?
Yes, the time scale, the Bible doesn't give, religious scripture doesn't give a time scale that goes against scientific time scale.
You see, look, in the beginning, God created heavens and earth. Where was he before he created heavens?
So now you're asking a different question now.
No, it's not a different question. You see, the Bible and science cannot be reconciled. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 1 says that faith is believing without seeing.
Yeah, say, stop preaching.
Right.
Stop,
no.
stop talking about things that are opinion. Let's talk about the facts within.
Let's
all
talk
right?
about that.
Let's talk about the facts within. Okay, let's stay with the facts within. So now you're asking me about time scales. If you're talking about the biological, the biblical 6,000 years or 5,000 years, there are errors in that. So I'm not talking about
that's not
creation.
No, excuse me. Geological time scale and biblical time scale are not the same.
Yeah, can you be specific? What are you looking for?
The best way I can put it, like Paleozoic age, Cenozoic age, Mesozoic age, Quaternary period, Holocene, Mississippian period,
Cambrian.
These are geological, events in the past. That run into millions of years. If you factor it into your book,
but they are not referenced.
Try to reconcile the irreconcilables.
They are not referenced.
The Bible is a book of fables. What?
Stop. Can we? We have a time. We don't want to talk to. We don't want to preach. When you're saying book of fables, they are preaching. I want to just deal with the fact. So now the fact that those time scales are not referenced, or are you talking about the fact that the Bible says, "In a day I created this"? But what's created in a day in God's eye is not a day in our eye. So that time scale of those days can be as great as it to be.
If a day in God's eye is 1,000 years, according
that's what's written in the Bible. That's what's written.
No, that's a different. No. Please find time. Find time. Right. Download the geological time scale on the internet to know what I'm talking about.
I'm sorry.
Download the geological time scale on the internet. Go through it. The various ages.
I know the time scale. I know the entire.
Not biblical time scale. Right from Precambrian period till the Holocene.
Yeah, the Holocene that we are going to do, our extinction that we are creating, the Holocene. I know this whole time scale.
No,
but the fact that
extinction in the Holocene. Oh no. Let's leave it at that.
No. All right. All right. Let me, so I know that I can. All right. So we want to thank our guest, Dr. Perry. Thank you so much for joining us.
Let me respond to this guy. You want to come?
I have a question.
You really want to respond? Okay.
Yeah,
okay. I'm worried about your time. You told me you have to leave. So
I'll dedicate the time. I'll cancel my appointment. I'll respond to him.
Okay, go ahead.
There are people who are listening, and I don't want them to, have wrong ideas. So what it appears that Mr. James is asking from Gambia is that in this creation, before man comes into the picture, there is a whole lengthy period of time when a whole lot of events happened, including dinosaurs and all, and he doesn't find that in the Bible. I believe that's the summary of his question. And that length of time, that time scale, the fact that it's not mentioned in the Bible does not mean that, it's not compatible or something. The fact that a lot of processes that happen in the evolution are not occurring in the Bible does not mean they did not occur or that they cannot be fit in. Other religious texts like the Bhagavad Gita, like the Quran, have references to these things in them. So I don't think it's so easy to just say, oh, it's fables. But let's look at the facts of it. Or I don't know which other part of, the time scale reference that he's looking for.
Do you believe in evolution or creation?
I believe in evolution of all the species except man, but in all the other species, I believe.
Evolution or creation? If man is a biological species, just like the other species, why should we believe in evolution of species and not man?
We are not the same. We are a little bit different.
No, biologically, man belongs to the same class as apes. The apes and man,
we are not the same.
Biologically,
let's stick to the.
I'm not talking about Bible. It's not biblical. biologically, man and apes belong to the same class.
Let's stick to the core of it, first of all. Evolution that you asked me. Religious scripture believes in evolution and mentions it, that we created creation and then we replace it. Yes, it does.
Religion believes in creation, not evolution.
I'm sorry? No.
Man evolved. Man evolved. Man was not created.
No, you're mistaking it. You need to read the text again. When you read the text,
man was not created. Man evolved.
When you read the text, I'm talking of the species as a whole. So let's talk about the species as a whole. If you go and read your scripture again, you're going to see that we evolved. The word there is originated or evolved. You're shaking your head. That's what's in the text. I can't just open the chapters of the Bible.
In the Bible, there's no word like evolution. God created all species in 7 days. I'm not going
to set out the Bible alone because certain people wrote some places that are not.
The issue is that all the religious books are fables. Even the Quran. Excuse me, the Quran
how are we different from other animals? How are we different from other animals?
But the first thing I want to let you know is evolution. The theories of evolution came from religion.
No.
You don't know. You know Al-Jahid.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Do not say that the heavens evolved.
Hold on.
Mr. James.
Go and Google the name Al-Jahiz, Baghdad. The scientists, the Western scientists, stole evolution from religious scientists.
No, sir. No.
Go and check out.
No. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The Bible did not say that man evolved or the plants evolved. Let there be light, and there was light.
Slow down. You are rushing on I'm not going to.
Mr.
James, let the doctor. The doctor had a quote. What was that quote you were quoting from the Bible that seems to describe evolution?
I've given you certain assignment. I've given you an assignment right now. What's his name? Darwin was a plagiarist. He stole the theory of evolution.
You wanted to quote something from the Bible. What was that quote about evolution? Because clearly the Bible seems to talk about creation.
Right. So evolution. I have it here in this page. This is Al-Jahiz 776.
Al-Jahiz is not in the Bible. There's no Bible called Al-Jahiz.
Evolution was plagiarized from religion.
Excuse me. There's no book in the Bible called Al-Jahiz.
You take somebody's word for it. You have to have a specific quote in the Bible that says, "Oh, we believe in evolution, not just creation."
Why are you guys using Bible as reference? I don't understand.
Because his theories seems to be based on the biblical
but Bible is just like every other book out there. There's nothing special about the Bible.
Yes. The Bible is an offshoot of Judaism, and Islam, that is the Quran, is a plagiarized form of the Bible.
And all of this, that's your allegations. Let me respond to your allegations.
Before
at the time, so this thing will be productive. He has made an allegation that the Bible plagiarized or offspring of the Torah and the Quran is a plagiarism. I'll go further back for you. The Hindu scripture and then Kemetic faith in Egypt, these other ones were offshoots. Judaism is an offshoot of Kemetic faith in Egypt. So I'll even go further for you. And I'll go further back that the Bhagavad Gita and Hindu Vedas are also, but what you don't understand is why do you call it plagiarism? What we call it is same source. It's the same source.
These are all source doesn't say anything about evolution.
Let me finish. These are all one God, same source. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of prophets to Yoruba land, to Igbo land. It's the same, and I'll prove it to you. When you look at that, let me finish.
Did man get here? Excuse me. Did man get here by evolution?
Let me respond.
Did man get to Earth by evolution or through creation?
I'm not going to cut in. Let me finish answering the allegation. Same source. So imagine there's one God and he inspires this prophet to teach people in India. The same God inspires people in Israel. The same God inspires people in Biafra land. So when you look at it, let me give you a typical example where you see the evidence of it. You know, in the Torah and Bible, Abraham His wife was called what? Sarah, right? Abraham, Sarah. If you go and look at the Bhagavad Gita and the Indians, who is the Indian top god that they revere? Brahma. Brahma, do you know who Brahma's wife is? Saraswati. Look at the names. Brahma, Saraswati, Abraham, Sarah. Same story coming through different channels. And then the people have a tendency to convert human beings into gods. So sometimes, in India, they convert Brahma and Sarah, Brahma, Saraswati into a god. In Africa land, when we look at everything, Yoruba land, Olodumare is God, same source, angels, Shango. These angels, deities are now worshipped as God because human beings have a tendency to worship them.
The bone of contention.
It was about evolution, though. How does this tie to evolution in these narratives?
The religious people.
No, excuse me.
James, hold on.
The bone of contention is evolution.
James, hold on.
Yes, and it's plagiarized from us.
Did man get here by evolution or
hold on, guys. We have 500 people watching. I want to thank them for joining us today, and I want them to like this video so that other people can also get the opportunity to watch it. I appreciate you coming, Dr. Perry, and everybody who is here. We are going to continue the conversation, but I want to play closing music so that we close the chapter, and then we can talk. Yeah.
A quick question. Dr. Perry, how do we get your book?
Oh, it's on now? Okay, go ahead, Dr. Perry.
Yes, it's on Amazon, but if you want it and you cannot be able to buy it on Amazon, then I'll send you a copy of it. I try to send them around to people who want them here and there for free. But it's on Amazon. If you buy it, that's fine.
Dr. Damet, can I say something?
Otherwise, every now and then I send some to Nigeria. I'm trying to create a bigger distribution in Nigeria. So,
do you have it on audio?
No, I didn't create the audio. You need to read.
Can I interject?
I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Can I interject?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I've been listening, so I didn't know what the subject was all about. Who is that doctor and what kind of book is he selling? I'm trying to understand the perspective he's coming from. What kind of book is that, if you don't mind?
Just a book that explains science is compatible with religion, and actually science is religion, is a tool of religion. That's all it explains.
Okay.
All right, Dr. Perry, everybody stand by. I will just play our music and close up the chapter on the political discussion, and we can continue this conversation, okay? Please. All right, thank you, guys. I just want to make sure that those of our viewers who may want to go and who are not interested in the religious and discussions can now go, and we continue. As long as Dr. Perry wants to stay here and take your questions, I'm here and everybody's here. Okay, go ahead.
Question and then
I know that Okija. Okay, go ahead. Evolution. Okija, this is your topic.
I'm still, I was watching, trying to find out what Oga James, is saying, but I don't understand. He just making his accusation because you read, you read the Bible, the way you understand it doesn't mean that that's a fact. The way you understand it is a fact. It's quite different from what you think. And the Bible, when people they say Bible, God, people wrote book based on their opinion, what they saw. And then all of a sudden, somebody, will use it to judge, the whole earth, the whole creation or whatever. But this is it, like you were saying, the Bible saying in the beginning, God created the heaven and earth. When was the beginning? You don't understand. You don't even know. You can't comprehend the beginning because God has no beginning. God has no end. So you can't, as a human being, you can't even comprehend it. You can't understand it. It's beyond you to understand, that there is no beginning, there is no end. So from there, you are making a mistake already by judging. Someone asked me, I tried to explain. Someone asked me, what the greatest invention by man. I said numbers, because numbers, it helps us, to figure things out. 7. You don't understand 7 now. For instance, Jesus was teaching his, his disciple, how many times will you forgive someone? He was telling them, you will always forgive. They didn't understand it, you will always. So he told them 70 times 70 in a day. So now he has put in numbers to it, now you begin to understand it. Okay, 70 times, that means somebody cannot do 70 times 70 times. So, okay, let me, the Bible
I think almost every living creature understands numbers.
No, look at the Bible. Look
you
at
see one lion and two lions, you can tell the difference.
It's funny. It's funny. Okijane criticized James for using Bible, for him they go from the Bible.
I don't know why he says human beings are not created numbers.
Hold on. Okija, hold on. James.
Adam sinned only once, and he was severely punished for so long. And Jesus is telling you to forgive 77 times, 7 times. What God could not do, Jesus is telling you to do it.
No,
Hold on. Dr. Perry, I have a question. I like that you are coming from different religious background to discuss this, and I want to know. You mentioned the Bible, you mentioned the Quran, and what's the name of the other book? Indian book. What about us? Are you part of the people that agreed that all our forefathers were doing in Africa, that it wasn't anything, it wasn't worth anything? Where did our own come into this? I know I have your book. I haven't finished it. I'm still going to finish it. But just for the purpose of this conversation, where did you factor in the African religious belief before you come to because you're quoting all these books, you're not quoting my grandfather and what my grandfather did.
You do a little search, which I have done online, and you find out the first thing you find out is majority of African religions are monotheistic. So in places where people wrote, they wrote books, but in places where they didn't write, they didn't write. But Kemet is part of Africa. And you have the same format that you have in all these religions in Egypt with my forefathers in Egypt. The same formulas are there. And if you look at the Nubian prayer, you'll see that the Nubian prayer, they bow like other faiths do, prostrate. You have the commandments there, thou shalt not kill. You have the commandments in Egypt in hieroglyphics. And those are my ancestors. It's my Nubians from Sudan who moved up north to build the pyramids. You have more pyramids in Sudan than in Egypt. And you're going to see the same things that you see under monotheism. You see the same monotheistic principles that happen in Egypt over there. And come down to Nigeria, Sungbo Eredo is said to be Queen Sheba's moat. And that's the largest archaeological monument in the whole world. It's actually in Nigeria, Sungbo Eredo. It's a moat. They dug it so deep around Ijebu. And it's said to be Queen Sheba. So we believe.
Was that not Benin City? Or?
Benin is the next moat. That moat is smaller than Sungbo Eredo. It's a big moat, but it's not as big. The biggest archaeological monument in the world is in Nigeria, around Ijebu, Sungbo Eredo. And it's believed Bilkis, her name was Bilikisu Sungbo. And it's believed that she is Bilkisu Sheba. Sheba is right there. So now when you look at the faiths, Chukwuemeka, Igbo, monotheistic, one God. How come we're having this one God faith? Olodumare, and then deities. It's the same monotheism, and then the prostration as we greet in Nigeria as a Yoruba people, as we bow down to greet, that's the prostration for God. So it's the same monotheism, came through different prophets. We believe there are over 120,000 prophets who went across the world, and our forefathers were monotheists, worshiping God the same. Now, we may not have a book in Nigeria, but you have books in other parts. And we're worshiping the same God, but over time it gets corrupted, and then that's when a reinforcement is set. So we were not left out in any extent. In fact, Moses comes from Egypt. So we're not left out at all.
So about this in evolution, none of these religions talked about we evolving from fishes in the ocean, come crawling onto the land and getting bipedal, this thing, and becoming men.
I can show you right now. Firstly, evolution was plagiarized, and I can show you where University of New York actually showed the exact words that Darwin took out from Al-Jahiz, from Arab researchers. The exact word for word plagiarism was done.
To plagiarize something, does it not have to be? Is it not supposed to be similar? There is no similarity between both explanations.
I'm going to read it for you, and you can go online and you can find this out easily. This is his name, Al-Jahiz, 779.
I get the name, but to plagiarize something, the both theories have to be similar, but they are not.
Hold on. Tell me when you heard about the conversation of evolution from the Westerner.
Studying biology.
That was Darwin. That was Charles. What's his name? That was recently. This is Al-Jahiz 776. I'm going to read the words to you, and you can check this online. Al-Jahiz Al-Jahiz. He wrote, animals engage in a struggle for existence and for resources to avoid being eaten and to breed. That's survival of the fittest. Environmental factors influence organisms to develop new characteristics to ensure survival, thus transforming them into new species. Animals that survive to breed can pass on their successful characteristics to their offspring. This was printed in the Guardian, UK Guardian, March 2000.
Yeah, but it's not in the Bible, though. That is the problem. If it was in the Bible, then I would say plagiarism. But there is no similarity between what the Bible says and what that is saying.
We are not limiting this conversation to only the Bible. We are applying all monotheistic scripture, Zoroastrianism, Kemetic Africa.
Is that quote in any of even Kemet?
First of all, first point I'm letting you know is religious people who religiously brought up evolution. Second thing I'm going to tell you is these factors are backed by the Hindu Vedas and by the Quran. So the Bible that you have, I ask people, which Bible are you talking about? The 73 books Catholic version or the 66 Protestant? And before it was 73 and cut down to 60 to 60.
No. That's not what we are talking about.
Constantine chose.
No.
Have you
Dr. Perry,
that is not the point. It has to be, to say something is plagiarized, it has to be similar. If we can find in any of these other religions where they describe animals competing and evolving, then you can say plagiarization.
But I just showed you. And now let me give you more.
Was that from a religious text?
You want it from
a modern scholar?
From religious text. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I'm going to read it from the Quran. Okay, you want it from the Quran? I'll read it from the Quran. From the Quran, it says, from my mind, right? And from the water I created all living things, those that walk on their bellies and those that walk with 4 legs.
You are talking of creation.
Creation. He didn't say evolution.
From the water.
Dr. Perry.
It's the same thing as the Bible. The Bible says he created them in the water and on the land.
We're focusing on the word create. Again, I've insisted initially the word create is
evolve is what I'm focusing on.
From the water I evolved every living thing. Those that walk on their bellies and those that walk on 4 feet. That's in
Dr. Perry, if I understand what you are saying, you are quoting from a book or from what, 1776?
No, 776.
776.
From the 8th century.
No, but when you're
from the 8th century, good. But when you make reference to the Kenite Empire, what century are we talking about here?
To what empire?
The Kemet. Because you keep.
It's like 6th century BC. 10th century.
Because where I'm driving at, what was life like? What was the intellectual and consciousness of an average human then during the hunter and gathering days, which pretty much predeceased all this other revolution you are talking about?
Spiritual man, then you knew everything already. But
now that brings me to my question: what is the difference between we human, and every other animal?
I want us to finish with evolution before we go into that. Please.
Hello.
Let me read it from the Quran. Let me read it from the Quran. Quran 21. Quran 21 verse 30. Listen to this.
No, which surah? Which surah in the Quran? So sorry, quote the surah.
One second. Quran 21 verse 30.
No, which surah?
I don't know what surah is 21, but you can look up Quran 21.
No, it's just like saying look, surah is like Genesis, Leviticus, Numbers.
Surah in 2 seconds.
No, the surah. Let me know the surah and the verse of the surah.
Quran 21 is
it Surah Yasin or Surah Al-Fatiha or?
It's Anbiya, it's the prophets. Okay, it's the chapter of the prophets. It's 21.
Please go ahead. I want to hear this, because if there is evidence.
Al-Anbiya verse 20. Listen to this. Do the unbelievers, this is challenging whoever is
Yeah.
Do the unbelievers see? Do the unbelievers not see that the heavens and earth were joined together as one dot of creation before we clove them asunder? Big bang, before we banged it out. We made from water every living thing. Will they not believe? This is challenging you directly to your
creation.
No, but that is please, I need to get to the where they are evolving. But that is not anything. There is no similarity.
Let me tell you my point.
You know that
religion
is spreading asunder to everything. Did you know
Mr.
that?
Forefather.
Everything
is
by default.
One dot and a clove asunder.
Mr. Perry, you say man has already known everything, right? From the beginning, we have already known everything. Is that what you said?
Things existed in different pieces. They never knew it was one and spread.
Okay, hold on.
Dr. Perry, you say human has already known everything from day one, right? If I'm not wrong.
You are inspired and you can know everything.
Okay, let me reframe this.
No, from day one.
Hold on, one last question from me. Dr. Perry, so we are looking at the Western world, and we see that religion is diminishing, in Europe, even in America, despite what they do in the South. In another 50 years, the church, especially Christianity, will be something for the third world countries to follow. And people in Britain, for instance, they are looking at what next. You see some of them going towards Eastern religion. They can't remember what their forefathers used to do before they became Christians. Are you not worried that Africans, if we continue on this path of following Islam and Christianity, that 100 years from now, we might be in the same situation? What do you think about that?
What I think about it is, according to the promise of God, as long as you hold up to my commands, I protect you. And once you let go of the command, you get destroyed. Right now, for all we know, we're on the brink of a war that by the Westerner throwing away, the Westerner is going to destroy each other. And for all you know, this nuclear war that's maybe coming is going to be the end. America is torn down. America was built on the foundation of religion. And
Mr.
right
Rudolph,
now,
Mr. Rudolph, let me tell you something.
Dr. Berry, this is where I totally disagree with you. Look at it. Dr. Perry.
Let me tell you something.
Hold on.
Let me tell you something about religion.
Yeah.
The white man came to Africa with religion to conquer people. Religion has served this purpose already.
So we don't have
now they have brought a new system of human rights and NGOs to colonize Africa. In future, when they finish having their purpose, they bring something else. Religion is a scam.
They use religion, they can use
Okay, James. Thank you.
The white man use COVID to colonize people.
Dr. Perry.
Religion is a
Dr.
scam.
Perry.
Yes.
Dr. Perry.
Yes, sir.
Going forward, we're talking about 100 years. There is going to come what we call a techno-religion. Just to answer Dr. Damage that's talking about how we're going to recolonize again with this system of religion. Yes, what is coming that is called techno-religion. And that is what pretty much everybody will gravitate to. And what they are promising compared to the modern Christianity and Islamic that said your reward come after your death. Techno-religion will promise you that you will live up to 150 years and life and healthy. And they're not just going to promise you, they will prove it to you. You will see people living up to that time. So that is what the future is looking like.
Very great. Let me tell you about that. I'll prove this to you from history. If history is the best teacher, the techno-religion that existed in the time of my ancestors in Egypt does not exist today. And you can go and check this out.
No, I agree with you.
Go and check this out. But what happens when you reach a certain level? God destroys you back down.
Let me tell you something.
The technology that existed If you go and look at the faces, hold on, let me just finish. If you go and look at the faces in Luxor, you're going to see 12 statues, tall like at least 30 feet tall. And the work on the geometrical work that was used to carve the faces from stone, that technology does not exist today. They're identical.
It's mathematics.
The technology. I understand you.
I've been to the pyramids in Giza.
I understand you. I understand it's math, but the technology to cut stone. Hold on, let me finish. The technology to cut stone, diamond doesn't cut it that way. Metal doesn't. The technology to cut those stones with a machine that geometrically cut the stones. The circles are like, you can use the eye to make a circle, the nose to make a circle. The circles, at least 12 of them, that technology does not exist today. And they cannot even find remnants of that technology. People have advanced to that level before.
Let me tell you. Contrary,
you come down.
Let me tell you, science and technology will eventually conquer death.
It cannot happen in Egypt.
Death will be conquered.
It did that in Egypt. It's the same thing we're doing. And
death will be conquered through science and technology.
It happened already. You are talking about history.
I'm telling you that the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, what have you, they're all scam.
It happened already. Go and study history.
Build your foundation in science.
But it reached the peak. Can you do what they did in
the Yoruba? The Yoruba say,
excuse me, can I just say something regarding James, hold on for a second.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys.
Talking for a bit, James.
Hold on. Even forefathers, hold on. Joseph is joining us from Nigeria. Joseph has something to say. Joseph, go ahead. If you can figure out how to unmute yourself, yeah. Go ahead, Joseph.
Unmute yourself.
Oh well, we can't help Joseph.
Unmute yourself.
It's network.
Yeah,
it's obedient. It's obedient network. It's okay.
All right. So let's hear from somebody who has not said something. Ovia, you guys.
Okay. Man of prestige. Let him talk. Man of prestige.
Man of prestige.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not too much into this religious stuff. I'm not saying I'm not religious, but let me ask the doctor something. What kind of religion do they practice, like in the Far East, like Asia and China? I see the development going on right now. China seems to be the most technological advanced, comparable to. I'm not saying they're better than United States, but they have come so far. Judging from the time of Chairman Mao and up to the present. So if we can be compare religious with technology, to the advancement of China, what is giving them this advancement, apart from religion? And what kind of religion do they practice about that?
I don't think I said religion has that to get technology, you have to have religion. I didn't make that association.
Okay.
But I
think when it comes to China, I think experience is.
So what
when it comes to the China,
that's my point.
But I just
Mr. President,
have been at the forefront in technological development. It's
anyway,
just
again.
Okay, hello. Let me say
again,
something.
experience is playing out here. China was once on top of the world before. If you go back to 15th and 16th centuries, they were the one actually. That's why I kind of agree with you when you talk about the technology that our ancestors invented then. We are not there yet. But what you fail to match with that is that every civilization or every world empire are using that form to conquer the world. And once they achieve that supremacy, of course, what else to go again? Because talking about history, if you study the history of nations that actually conquer the world, either using religion or what have you, of course, as soon as they get to the peak, they become, docile. Of course, another one will come and take over. That's why I say that's why if you agree that the Chinese are running the world now based on their technology, then the idea of religion, it will be paramount as we go further. And I disagree with you when you say that God. I mean, if we are still going to rely on that means what Dr. Rudolph asked you earlier on, that we are still going to be conquered again. That means it's very possible. If we are still going to believe that it's God that is doing everything. No, we are the God as far as I'm concerned. That's why I asked you, what is the difference between us and those animals that you said that we are different?
The funny thing is this: the Bible is riddled with a lot of contradictions. Yet people revere it so much. They worship it so much.
Mr. James.
Excuse me.
Mr. James.
Mr. James. It's riddled with
Mr. James, let me say something.
There's too much contradictions in the Bible.
Mr. James, let me say
to
something.
enable that book to be the foundation of our, existence of in Africa.
No,
the
excuse
Bible
me.
is a book of contradiction. If you want to know some of them, I will mention them to you.
It's
the
unfortunate.
Bible is riddled with contradictions.
It's unfortunate.
Okay, hold on. James, hold on. Go ahead, Perry, Dr. Perry.
Yes, I agree with you, James. The Bible is riddled with contradictions. It's unfortunate. Man has done his handiwork. He has tampered with it. It's riddled with. But it doesn't mean we still don't have a lot of great scripture inside. But we agree on this. It's riddled with contradictions. It's unfortunate. It's been done. And I always ask people, I say, which Bible? The Catholic Bible has 73 books, and the Protestant has 66.
I know what you're talking about. The dry version, the North version, and the Revised Standard version.
They're all different.
The Catholic Bible has more books, but they're all talking about the same things. They're all fables. They're all fables.
The Bible is manipulated. It's unfortunate.
No, okay, let me say.
All right, James, you can't dominate. James, wait.
No, let me cite concrete examples.
James, hold on.
We agree with you. Let's not waste time there. We agree with you. When Constantine came,
okay, so if it's riddled with contradictions, then where do we stand?
We agree with you, but that's
look. Science is more precise.
No,
James. Okay, I have to mute people now because I think people are not listening to me. We have new people who joined us, and they might have to want to chime in and say something. So, James, you can't dominate the whole thing, All right, Maxwell, welcome to the show.
Let me say something.
Who is it? Who is speaking? I can't see. Who is speaking?
Blackstone.
The Blackstone. I've had you before. Maxwell, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
All right. Let's hear Maxwell. And people are excited about this. I'm surprised. I didn't know. We should just do a show on religion and get people to talk. So Maxwell, go ahead. We have Dr. Perry is our guest. I think you probably know him.
But okay, I didn't start with you people, from the beginning. I would like to just give me a preamble of what is going on.
Okay, Maxwell,
all this obedience are always.
I thought Maxwell knew something was what was going on.
Okay. Since what we are discussing now is about philosophy, I'm not really versed in Bible, but I want Dr. Brimah to reconcile this for me. I've seen the manifestation of juju, okay, and then I try to reconcile the science behind, because I've seen water inside basket.
I saw that.
And then I've seen much bigger than that. But I just want him.
I must have seen worse than.
So African religion and then our juju, powers and all that. I want him to reconcile that with science for me, so that I see how the two of them actually work. They are parallel. Because now I think that you're trying to reconcile Christianity and all that with science. I want you to do that for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very, very good question. So part of that is what's covered in my book. Science is beginning to understand that there are various planes of reality. So initially we used to just think that it's just one plane, one dimension, our dimension. But science is beginning to understand that there are different dimensions. Okay? I don't know that you have been following that. That there are different dimensions. And sometimes you see these movies where they show people coming from this dimension, crossing with another person in another dimension, because different dimensions can intermingle. Have you been seeing these portals and dimensions? Have you been seeing that in science? Okay, if you watch movies, you'll see. So according to religious scripture, and I have it here, now it's only two places where this is referenced. A lot of other religious scripture don't have it. The Quran has it, then the books of Solomon have it. Other than the human plane, there is the jinn plane, and jinn is spelled Jinn. Jinns. Now, in the Bible, they are all referred to as demons. But in other scripture, like the Songs of Solomon, the Testament of Solomon, and the Quran, the name for them is Jinn. They operate in a different plane from us, and they are not meant to cross into our plane. But jinns, which Bible calls demons can interact with our own plane. So, for instance, when you watch these movies, you're going to see them showing when two planes cross each other, and then you see things manifesting in places that you otherwise would not expect them to manifest. So, when this plane of the gene existence crosses into ours, they can create these things that we will see in our world. I'm like, what happened here? But it's just two planes of existence, two dimensions of existence intersecting. So, juju people harvest these genes and use them to do things, and they actually can do things. So let me go to something that they actually did that nobody explains. Those things that were built in Egypt is not because people got that technology. It's because they used these genes, and they, from their dimension, had inspired tools that could actually build those things in Egypt that we see. So depending on till now, if you now even look at what the Western world is doing, and some people say the invasion of Iraq was because they were going to dig up the tomb of Gilgamesh in Iraq. Iraq used to be called Uruk. The first human story was written in Uruk on cuneiform tablets. And there's this Gilgamesh. And Gilgamesh is believed to be a transaction between man and some other being. And a lot of people actually say that America went to colonize Iraq to get that tomb, to get these technologies there, because they are trying to get these technologies that cross-link between two dimensions, so they can use that to gain power over the whole world. And if you just go and look into it, you're going to see the tomb of Gilgamesh in Iraq, and you'll see the type of cuneiform writing that existed there is beyond when they said human beings started to write. But my summary of it is it's an intersection of dimensions.
But you are referencing a foreign explanation. I haven't heard you talking about a Babalawos or somebody in Okija Shrine, what he says, what he believes, what he thinks it is.
I said if you conjure these other dimension, it can intersect into our dimension and harm people, fill a bucket with water because it's two dimensions linking. You are calling in jinns from their dimension to enter your dimension and do actions within your dimension.
The jinn, is he kind of for metaphysical things or something that is physical that you can touch, or how do you acquire the jinn?
According to the Quran, is made from smokeless fire, which is like a clear fire. You can't see it.
So you believe in the superiority explanation of Quran and the Bible to what the practitioner of this, jinns have? Because what I'm trying to deduce from your explanation is that what this religion explanation is more superior.
I'll give you a simple explanation of what I'm saying. I have my cell phone, and this cell phone, I'm using it to see a picture of a person. Now, if you didn't understand the science beside it, you say, how is this happening? How am I talking through radio waves? But we understand that radio waves is a dimension that the eye cannot see. At least you understand that. And I can conjure radio waves to manifest things in my reality. The jinns are in a dimension the eye cannot see, but people can conjure them to manifest things in their reality, just like the cell phone. So if the cell phone is something you can relate with, that's the same thing scientific that we're talking about jinns. They are a different dimension like radio waves, and they can conjure things in our reality.
My take on these things is that we because it's not repeatable. Most of these things are not repeatable and cannot be accepted into science. So no, that is not. If it was, you will see it on YouTube everywhere. Secondly, and we think we understand phenomenon when in reality we don't. The only thing that they did before was just say, okay, it's a gene, but they don't fully understand what is happening. There are so many phenomena in nature that we really don't understand. Some of them, science has managed to explain them. And the reason why we call it explanation is because it can be repeated. But if it cannot be repeated, it tells you that whatever you think you know is not concrete. It's because it cannot be repeated. That's why you don't really know it until we can explain it before we can say, okay, yeah, it's truly a different dimension. See what I mean?
Excellent.
The problem you're making here is you are taking a religious issue and you're now using it to put a problem for religion. The scientific theory is what you're talking about. The scientific theory came from religion. Again, these are the things
Look.
But that is true. But our problem now is that science, the earliest religious practices was based on observing nature and believing certain things about it. Just like today, some of the things we understand about gravity was different 400 years ago from what it is now. These things evolve over time. And for us to just keep saying, oh yeah, exactly. The science is the best tool we have now to understand nature. That's what we are talking about.
That's it. Excuse me, let me make a point. You see,
that premise,
Anaxagoras, there's a Greek philosopher called Anaxagoras. He said, man is the measure of all things. The importance of, placing on religion is just too much. Now, let me give you a clear example. God is almighty. God is almighty. Not so? Good. Now, an almighty God created the world in 6 days. On the seventh day, what happened? He rested. Why should an almighty God rest? It means he was tired. He's not almighty.
Are you a pastor? Because you are preaching to us. We are discussing
facts. No, excuse me. We are discussing. We are trying to debunk religion.
Okay, so I'll come to your question.
And secondly, somebody was making, let me finish. Somebody made mention of forgiveness and Jesus Christ. And
God rested. A man was speaking. God rested. A man was speaking.
While you were talking,
God didn't tell you that he was resting.
Excuse me. Excuse me. The issue is this.
Wait. Hold on, James.
He picked up the thing and
James, hold on, James.
He picked it up and interpreted it literally. He doesn't
mean hold on.
James, I'm not a spirit.
A man was speaking out of human experience.
Excuse me. Jesus Christ taught his followers to forgive their neighbor 70 times 7 times. Adam sinned only once, and God could not forgive him.
God forgave him. Because you don't understand that doesn't mean that that's what God didn't punish him. God
hold on.
Come on. So are you saying all those towns that were flattened, God was forgiving all of them? Come on, man. Sometimes when we see black, we should not call it white. When God was flattening towns, we didn't say, oh, God forgave them when he was destroying those towns. We have to call of what it's
hold on. We have to have all that. I have Omoye is kind of welcome to the show. Let me ask you, Okija, you said that it was because this is a very key point. Okija is saying that the person that wrote and God rested, that it was a man, okay, that God was not actually resting. That because if God could rest, then James will be right, because that means that God is not almighty. Now, Okija's answer is that, oh, well, it's the man that interpreted it that God rested because God was busy doing calculus somewhere. So the question is this: since God is the one that inspired the person that wrote the Bible, why didn't God tell? Hold on, James. Hold on now. Why didn't God? I'm now with James on this topic. Me and James were on the same page.
2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16.
No, I'm with Adewale. I'm with Adewale on this.
I don't quote the Bible. Wait. Hold on. So, Okija, why didn't God? When this guy was writing that crap and God knew that this was crap, why didn't God say, no, you don't write this kind of nonsense? I didn't rest. I was busy doing calculus. Why didn't God do that? And we are confused now, wasting time, bandwidth.
Okay.
When God could have corrected it.
Okay, let me answer you with another story in the Bible.
Oh God. Okay.
No. Okay, so God sent a prophet to prophesy unto a king. He said to the prophet, don't eat anything, just prophesy, just go back, don't do anything, don't tongue, just come back. Then the prophet went there and prophesied. Then when he was about leaving, another prophet met him, said that God said to me that he should eat in my house. I think something like that. I can't remember the story, but anyway, but what he did, he followed that prophet, and God and then he died. So now God has given you instruction what to say. The way you understand it, doesn't mean that God has to intervene. But sometimes we pick up things that are irrelevant, that are not. It's just like I'm telling you that I'm going to, today I will go to Onitsha, and then all of a sudden you're talking about, maybe I talked about that I saw one woman. You spent time talking about that woman I saw instead of my destination, what my mission is. So that's the so sometimes people just pick up things that are irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
Okay, all right. Okay, let me. Okija, hold on. Omoye is welcome to the show.
Now, thank you very much, Dr. Damages. You people want me to follow you to talk this religion matter? I go scatter table.
No, do it. Now, for people who are watching at home, I think we still have about 400 people watching on YouTube. This is what we do on the after show when we close and people have conversations. So, Omoye Iskona, go ahead. What's going on?
So, I mean, I don't even know what started the argument about religion in the first place. With all due respect
Our guest wrote a book about miracles and religion. So that's what started it. Yeah.
Okay. So I haven't read the book, so I don't really know what the summary of the book is. So, well, I will just speak on. This is a question I have for everybody. When you sleep, and you close your eyes and you are praying, who do you envision? Do you envision a white man with full beards and long white hair? Is that what you envision? Because
what about us that don't pray? What about us
for those people that made me say for those of us that pray, Mr. Ovie, you get Apollo. Why you dey wear dark goggles? I don't understand. You get Apollo. Hey,
Your Majesty, I understand you have to come on the screen so to see me. I miss us to Your Majesty.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, greetings everyone. Mr. Mori, good evening, good afternoon, or good day. Forefather
Okay, hold on, guys. Okay, go ahead. Finish up.
So, I mean, that's the first question. Like, for those of us who pray, when you close your eyes, who do you envision? And again, the knowledge of the Creator is already inside of us as a people. As a Black race, I can only speak for Black people because I'm Black. I'm this color, right? The knowledge of who He is already inside of you. And I'm speaking from my own childish memories of the Creator, of the types of visions that I had as a child. I did not see any long white beard person show up in my own childlike vision. And nobody in my home, thankfully, my parents they didn't belong to any religion. They did not force it on anybody. So everybody in my house found their own source in their own way. So let me put it that way. So as a child growing up, there were things that I saw and I knew that it was not a man or a woman that told me. It was just something that was inside of me, or that I could see as a child, or I could understand as a child. Now, as Africans, we have to understand that the religion that has been imposed upon us has altered our own way of developing our ideologies or theology, whatever that means. Now, I'm not speaking to Mr. Perry's book because I haven't read it. I'm just talking generally now. So please, no one should take my words out of context. Okay, so as a people, we already had a form. We already had the natural laws that we already obeyed, because there were a lot of things that we did, our forefathers did in Africa, that even when I started to read the Bible, it was something that I heard my grandfather say. It was something that I heard my own father say. So when I heard it again, when I read in the Bible, it kind of made it registered, because it was something that innately I kind of knew was the right way to do it. Now, I would refer to a quote that I saw, something that I think it's King Leopold that wrote it, and he said when he was sending the missionaries to the Congo, and he said these people already know who God is. They're very spiritual. They know that it is wrong to take another man's wife, right? We don't need you to preach God to them because they already know. Now, where did that knowledge as an African come from? So I think that the religion that we have is something that was carefully orchestrated to mess up our own ideology and our own development, to the point that we cannot even We can't even come to a full realization of who we are as a people. It has stunted us. So if anybody wants to write or, do any write-up about religion, I would frown at a book, for instance, and again, I'm not referring to your book, Mr. Perry. I never read that book. I will frown at someone who's only focusing on the Western ideology of religion. What about the seers? We had seers in Africa. Let's not get it twisted. We had seers, we had priestess, we had priests. What about those people? Where did their understanding of God come from? So I question a lot some of these things, because now, not because I don't know, I don't believe in a creator, I do, but I question the religion that was handed down to us. We need to, so that's it.
Thank you, Omoye. Thank you. No, don't go anywhere. I like that, and I want Perry to answer, because he started this. Boniface, I can see you. You've been trying to join us. Welcome. And Maxwell, I'll come to you. I want to know what they do in Ghana, because Perry, I don't know whether his book covered Ghana. To add to what Omoye's corner, what she presented here, it worries me. And Perry, I want you to add this to your conversation, your answers. Indians, the British also, they governed them, but they did not abandon their religion. The Chinese, the Japanese, they still maintain their ways of lives, and they continue to advance in technology and science. But in Africa, we are told that you just have to be a Muslim or you have to be a Christian before you go anywhere. Otherwise, everything else you are doing is rubbish. So rubbish. Why did we accept that? And why are we promoting? I see Okija. I see everybody quoting the Bible, quoting. When will you quote your grandfather? When are we going to start making references to those?
I quote my grandfather on my father, my grandfather, my ancestors on my WhatsApp status all the time. So maybe you don't go there. So I quote them all the time.
All right. I'm saying use them to buttress your point. Wait, James, hold on. Let's hear from Perry before we go back. Boniface, you have to say something.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate the way you asked your questions. I'm here, I'm on the hot seat, and I'm ready to answer every single question people have had on religions. All of them.
Okay.
I'm on the hot seat for this. I'm ready for it. Everybody has questions, but please, just try and state question. We don't want preaching. Just, this is the question. Okay. This is the conflict. What is it? So let me just start with the first one. Forefathers, you said replaceable. So you're talking about the fact that, scientific theory that reproducible is what you said. I don't know. So first of all, we must appreciate that the scientific theory which is used in science today comes from religion. Religion is to develop scientific theory of observation and experiments that replicate things. It comes from religion, and then science adopted it. Science plagiarized so many things from religion. And I do not know, when I told you about the things that they carved in Egypt, they carved the first face, and they made the second face, and they made the third face, and they made the fourth. And if you can explain to me how they made those faces within your scientific realm, I'll submit to you. Right?
I can explain it, because
they were made by the jinns from another dimension, and they were reproducible. They made the first face, they made the second face, they made the third face, 12 identical faces that modern technology cannot explain today. And I'll tell you that your Babalawo can reproduce things. He can do it, make water in basket and reproduce it tomorrow and reproduce it the next day. So I don't know what you mean by not replaceable. Now, if we are talking about the scientific theory, the problem that we have with the scientific theory, which James was trying to say, was that science gives explanations and religion doesn't. But that's not.
Sorry for interrupting. I meant repeatable, not replaceable.
Not reproducible is what I'm saying. Not reproducible. It's reproducible, actually. Spiritual realm activities are reproducible.
I don't see proof of them on YouTube. If that was the case, our forefathers would have been able to defend themselves against all kinds of stuff the Europeans were doing.
Many people have seen Igbesu, or what's the thing where they shoot bullet. We've seen it reproduce many places. The knife will not enter. It's reproducible and reproducible and reproducible. They'll give it to you.
That is magic. Magic has tricks that they use. They have tricks.
There's no word like magic. I'm talking about.
There's bulletproof. We want to stop the bullet. Why did the bullets not save our people when the Europeans came? Come on, man. Let's not kid ourselves here.
Reproducible.
Okay.
So the Europeans put juju in their bullets.
Forefathers, hold on. Let me look. The issue is this.
No. Wait. We have to get structure in this. Let him answer. And then
work out the structure. So
let him answer. We are trying to get the kind of organized. Let him answer the questions. Then we can do follow up.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The next question. Mr. James was saying something about with science we have fact, with religion it's not, and it's actually the other way around. Science, there is no fact. And I will tell you that category. Do not shake your head for something because you make ridicule of yourself. There is no fact in science. In science, you start with a suggestion, a hypothesis, you get to a theory, then you get to a principle, which means a lot of research suggests something. But it's not a fact. There is no fact in science. Get that right. It's only in religion that we have facts. Science makes sure it opens itself to the fact that anything we say can be changed at any point in time. Today we say sugar is bad, cholesterol is bad for you. Tomorrow we say, new research came out, we were wrong, sugar is what is bad. You cannot hold scientists to it because science has no fact.
But that is a fact, though. A fact is a statement of what you have observed
Don't say it
from what you know.
Science, you are not a scientist. There is no fact in science. None. Principle is the highest level. A principle means
there is actually. Without facts, there's no information.
There is no fact.
Right. You guys cannot even.
Papa, why you won't win by all means?
Yeah.
No,
we'll not be win by all means.
But winning is about being. Let the viewers get clear ideas of what this principle, these words we are using mean. Fact is fact. White is white. Black is black.
Religion is more contradictory than the Bible. Let me cite one example.
James. We are not going to. There were 6 questions that were asked, and he's trying to answer them. We can't be interrupting him.
And anything I'm telling you here, anybody who's a scientist or knows a scientist, go and ask them. There is no fact in science. None. Till the end of science, there will never be a fact. There are principles, strong theories that many studies and evidence have pointed to, and they call it a scientific principle, but it's not a fact. In religion,
1 + 1 is.
Let me give you an example of it. In religion, religion said that
it is science.
In the religion said that the fact
is science.
Hold on, please. Let me finish. Religion said that the fact is man was created
repeatable.
Hold on, please. Religion said the fact is unambiguous. Man was made from sand, and man was dropped down in Israel area, Middle East. This is what religion said. It's a gamble. It's a toss-up. You can be so wrong by saying it. Religion said all man came from one single ancestor, Adam and Eve, and spread out. This is a gamble. It was religiously stated as a fact. We could have gotten it so wrong. Guess what science said? Darwin came and said, the white man is different from the black man. It was called the multi-origin hypothesis. The white man came from Eurasia, from some mountains. The black man came from Africa. He's a monkey. He hasn't evolved properly. This was scientific fact at the time. And they said we are different and we are not the same species.
The same thing happens with religion, from Moses to Christ to Muhammad.
Today, science has changed it and now has what is called the RSOH. Recent is in there, single origin hypothesis. Gone back to the drawing books and said, from genetic studies, we have seen, and this thing that you are telling me about the chromosome, the Y chromosome has the SRY gene. It's only on the Y chromosome. So you can trace a man's history through Y chromosome to the first. From science, we have seen that there was a mitochondrial Adam, a first man, and a woman, and they were in the. This is about 100,000 years ago when we've seen this, our own development of men in the Ethiopia region. The Ethiopia region, Pangaea, if you look at the angle, the horn of Ethiopia is right beside the Middle East. The same region and the same theory. Science brought 2 different principles and changed them over time. Religion held to one and one because we are where science is tomorrow. So science is the one that has, religion has remained consistent, while science just, the pride of science can change.
Let us comment on it. He has spoken
Wow.
enough. He has spoken enough.
Next,
Let us
No, James, I'm still here. So let me determine that. Go ahead.
Pray, who do you envision when you pray? Unfortunately, a lot of you people talking are biased towards a certain Western brand of Christian faith that was pushed. And I can draw that back to Constantine's brand, which was different from the Arian and Eusebius Christianity that was the more predominant before Constantine decided the first Inquisition to kill all the different type of Christians. So based on that, you have this blonde-eyed, blue-haired Jesus and then Father Christmas as God. That's not what the picture is. So this corruption and this false tale that is spread of a white man with blonde eye, blue hair as Jesus and Father Christmas as God is not meant to be what you're saying. God is devoid of form or shape and nothing that we can see on this earth. So let's not skew this conversation to the problems that Christianity and the westernized Christianity has, because that will not make us understand the greater religions that don't see these images. Our Kemetic, our ancestors, they don't see these images that of Father Christmas that we have.
I had to say that because, you know, like I said, I was just making a general comment about it. It wasn't necessarily a question because, I mean, to your point, yes, it is a problem. And I think that goes to the root of the issues that we see amongst our people, amongst African Christian believers.
Right, they use Christianity to organize us.
Okay, all right. Are you done with the questions? Hold on, guys. We have Boniface. Can't you care about other people? There are people who have not even said anything. You want to go 3 times. Hold on. Dr. Perry, have you finished?
Somewhat. She said God's name. Well, we have God's name. I wrote it in my book. God said, call me by any beautiful name that you have for me. So it doesn't have to be Islam, Christianity. Any name, Chukwuemeka, Oludumare. It's all the same God. We were all monotheists. We're still worshiping the God, prostrating to him all across the world. So it's not limited to these other. God said, by any of the beautiful names, they are all mine. So it's not limited to Islam and Christianity. So that's on the topic of for us. The other thing you said is Leopold. That was a very, very good reference, which is true. They found that we knew God already in Africa. We knew God, and it wasn't gods. We knew God, and we knew the laws. Do not kill, do not do do adultery. We had the same commandments and we knew God the same thing because prophets came everywhere. So Leopold saw it. That's a very important quote. He saw that they already know about God because he found religion there. So yes, we have prophets that operate in bigger spheres, but we had our prophets and we had the same message in Africa with the same commandments came to us and we had it. Finally, what there was a question about abandoning religion. I forgot that one. Dr. Damages asked me that one about if people abandon religion.
Okay. Boniface, go ahead.
No, let us respond to what he has said.
No, hold on, because I don't know how much time we have. Let me hear from Boniface first. Boniface, go ahead.
Unmute yourself.
Yeah, if you know how many times he's been trying to get on, you will be sorry for him, you know.
Too bad.
Yeah, I saw the smile on his face when he finally got it.
Go ahead, Boniface.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, yeah.
Okay, so I got intrigued then you guys started arguing about religion. See, I can tell you guys this. I was born into a community where there was no Christianity. So Christianity developed in my own community, in my own very eyes. So what I can tell you guys is this: if you have never practiced, what is it called, traditional religion, you will be imagining a lot of things because people will tell you a lot of things. See, the same way there is scam in Christianity, is the same scam. There is the same scam in any religion. And another thing I will say today is that if any society loses religion, or let me say, because the kind of religion we practice today is anchored on morality. And then if you say you want to discard religion, then what are you going to replace it with? Because human being, one thing I would say that human being does not exist only on flesh. If you think humans exist only on flesh, then good for you. But I don't think so. And another thing is that I will tell you that, yeah, there are parts of Christianity that people got deceived about. But if you want to be a Christian, I always tell people that Christianity is not a title. It is actually a way of life. You can say you're a Christian, but at the end of the day, it is about what you do. People will call you Christian, but are you a Christian? Because Christianity is a way of life, not actually a title. You cannot say that Christianity is better than what's it called? Traditional religion, or traditional religion is better, because anyone you practice it to the core, and then as in do the right thing what you're supposed to do. Know what you want to do.
Okay, Boniface, thank you. You got the point. He said there's in both.
I have a question.
All right. Go ahead, James.
Blackstone, I have a question.
Is it Blackstone? Oh, okay. Okay.
Boniface,
No, James, hold on. Blackstone, I've not had him. Okay, go ahead, Blackstone.
Okay. Dr. Perry, I just have 2 questions for you. All right. So, what is the place of belief or faith in the human life? Right? How does your belief or your faith affect your life, your activities, your spiritual life, or your physical life?
Very good question.
Right. And number 2, we all talk about the mind. So, where is the mind in the human system? How can you relate, or is there any scientific proof where mind, because we all talk about the power of the mind, how the mind can be able to, how your thoughts generate from the mind, so on and so forth. So where does that exist physically in the human system? That's my 2 questions.
I appreciate philosophical questions. Next. So, yeah.
All right, go ahead. Answer them if you can, Dr. Perry, so that we can go to
all right. So on the first question, objective morality is very important that Boniface brought that up. Now, I am on the hot seat. I want to be defending. I don't want to go on to the offense. But Boniface brought up something that actually gives me this reason to go on the offensive. If you take out religious morality, which is subjective morality, you guys are just going to be the wild, wild west. You can't law. I'm going to tell you, let me finish. Because the reality is there is no objective morality. As much as you think there is no objective morality. It does not exist. The morality this earth survives until now is subjective. The subject is from God or from religious books. Man cannot evolve objective morality. We will disagree. So, give you an example. Today in America, some people are saying gay should marry, some people are saying gay should not. They will vote. You know that voting does not bring morality. How can you use voting to bring morality? When more people may be gay and they will vote gay, then you say you have brought morality. You cannot bring morality. We cannot even know that do not make love to another man's wife. We cannot know that a man should not cheat or that he should not kill another man. In the wild, wild west, Americans were killing each other all over. There was nothing wrong with it. The guy that there is no objective morality. The morality the world uses today, and the American Constitution was written, and if you go and look at the walls, you're going to see the pictures. The American Constitution with all the laws was written based on, they put the Bible there, the Quran there, and the Bhagavad Gita Hindu book there. And that's where they wrote America's constitution and morality that America survives today. It's based on religious morality. You cannot figure out. There is no objective morality. It's subjective to religion. And when you ask certain people, atheists, that what's wrong with you sleeping with your sister? They asked one on the radio, on TV, on YouTube. He said, technically speaking, without consanguinity, if I wear a condom, there's technically nothing wrong with me sleeping with my sister like animals sleep with each other in the animal kingdom. These things, laws that we have, marriage, incest, is religious. Technically speaking, without religion, you'll be sleeping with your sisters. That's just the truth. So thanks for that, what you pointed out, Boniface. James, when you come, you tell us whether there is objective morality. It doesn't exist. Number 2, belief and faith. belief is, that's, they taught us in medical school back then that belief is unshakable feelings that you have for certain things. So it's unshakable. It's stuck within you. You cannot shake it no matter what. It's unshakable. I believe so much in God. I believe so much in this. These are unshakable. However, it should not be so. You asked about the mind, so that's important. Where does the mind come in? The biological mind is here, but we all know that we have some kind of inner sense that is unexplainable biologically. And that's why the only way that you can explain this, and these are innate things, like you see animals, a bird is able to fly in a certain direction. Every year, you born your little chicken. The chicken has not seen another chicken, and the chicken is able to know how to crow, know how to make love to the next chicken. Where are all these things wired within its system? How can a chicken know how to talk when it never met another chicken? How can a bird know the direction to go, to migrate to, when it never knew migration? So, whereas the human body operates on just biological mind, which has some neurons and flesh, there is definitely more to man and animals than just mind and flesh. There is a third form, which is the soul. And that soul is what you're asking about, the mind. And scientists are pondering over this thing. They're like, how are you able to make a decision right or wrong? And do you know what they are suggesting? Because they're like, okay, let me explain what I'm saying. I want to think about whether to move or not to move. How do I initiate thoughts? You know what science is saying? They are saying that there are microbes in your brain that make you initiate thoughts, because there's no explanation how neurons, biological material, can initiate thoughts. How can a biological nerve that has sodium and potassium initiate a decision? James wants to talk now. Sodium and potassium and a plasma membrane. How is sodium and potassium telling him, I want to talk? So scientists are saying there's this theory that we are all infected with toxoplasmosis, and it's bacteria within us that initiate and make that sodium and movement move and make you initiate thoughts. Because biologically, you cannot explain the operation of the mind with biological materials. You cannot think, you cannot argue. So there's something more to us than that. And your mind is the physical.
All right, hold on. Let me go to James, just a question, not long conversation. Ovie and Moyes, and we'll go ahead. Go ahead, James.
James, I want tough questions. He's muted.
James, you are muted. James, unmute your.
He doesn't know how to do that.
No,
okay.
What I said is, just allow me make a statement. I remain quiet for the rest of the program. I don't mind, because I want to make a solid point.
Okay.
He said that there's no fact in science, because if science discovers something today, tomorrow they say no, there's a new discovery. You must give scientists credit for that. It's humility to admit your fault.
But you agree
that what I've done is not correct. And when they admit it, they congratulate the man who was able to fault them. If I'm able to fault Isaac Newton today, the whole science community will congratulate me. But that is not the case with religion. Let me cite two examples in religion. In Isaiah chapter 37 and 2 Kings chapter 19, if you read these two books in the Bible, written generations apart, they are verbatim, plagiarized. Isaiah chapter 37, 2 Kings chapter 19. Check it on the Google there. These two books are plagiarized, word for word, copy and paste. Now, this is a book that is believed to be inspired by God. How can God inspire two prophets who live in different generations to write the same thing with the same words in the same book? Now, when you point it out to Christians, they try to defend it at all costs. They tell you it is spiritual. You cannot understand it because you're a man of the flesh. If the Bible is written for spirits, spirits should read it. I'm not a spirit. It's written for men like me. So I should interpret it with my own flesh. Then secondly, in the book of Revelation chapter 12, verses 7 to 10, they said war broke out in heaven. Devils and his angels were cast out of heaven and sent to earth. First of all, fundamentally, it means God is not in control of his kingdom. That's why war broke out. It's a political problem. And when the war broke out, why did God send those troublemakers he could not control down to earth. Man played no role in the political problems in heaven. They are uninhabited planet in outer space. He's supposed to confine them. Why should we bring, excuse me, why should we bring,
I'm not here to defend the Bible.
Why should they bring troublemakers to come and live with man who contributed nothing to the political problems in his kingdom? Now, when you point out this to Christians, they don't have any answer. They will tell you you are not spiritual, you are carnal, you cannot understand the Bible. The Bible is a scam. The Quran is a scam. The Torah is a scam.
All right, thank you. Okay, Ovie, go ahead.
Yeah, I think in the words of Ivan Noah Harari, the Bible is the first fake news ever created. So I want to agree with James on that one. But first, you said science, there are no facts in science. Well, I think that is debatable. But you went ahead to say that, you know, that it is proven or it is a fact that white people were more superior. I'm not saying you are buying that idea, but you are coming from that angle of the arguments. But again, that's not science. I know that's not science. But people who propagate that idea or that narrative, you are backing themselves up with religion.
No,
most importantly, the Bible.
No, Charles Darwin was not religious. He was saying it from science at the time. At the time, he was saying
it was Charles Darwin that actually propagated that. Is that what you are saying?
Yeah, that was what he said. He said,
but his agents that went around the world ministering that to people backed it up with Bible, with religion. That's a fact too. But you said religion is a fact, and that's what threw me off. When you say let me finish my question. This is a question. When you say they are facts in religion, when you say they are facts in religion, it throws me out because again, you want to agree that the Homo sapien, the first human were discovered in some part of Africa. Unless you don't agree with that. But if you agree with that, you went ahead again to say that human being is knowledgeable from day one, that we know all this from day one. But in all your quotes, all your attribution, that's where I kind of agree with Adewale. You were not able to differentiate what the knowledge that we found here, if this is the origin of man, I'm going to say here, I mean Africa. We were not able to attribute any quote or any knowledge to them, people who actually started it. If you believe that knowledge starts from the beginning, from day one, for the Homo sapiens. So that's what I'm kind of thinking of again. And
Okay. Perry, hold on. Okay.
And what's the difference between human and other animals?
Okay, hold on. Okay, Ovie, you are done. Omoye, you are next.
I will forget all this.
Okay, I'm gonna say.
You're writing it down. Okay.
I'm gonna say what I need to say, and then I'm gonna hop off because I have to do a few things. So anyway, I appreciate Mr. James, Oga James's criticism. I think they're very constructive. I appreciate it. So anyway, I wanted to say something too. I wanted to kind of, I don't know if it's a question or a statement, but when you say, I want to push back a little bit. When you said that the birds or the chicken, for instance, doesn't have any chicken around it, but already knows how to cook, right? And whatever animal knows exactly what to do, even though they are not in the same environment as the same animals. Now, the question is, as human beings, because I think you were saying something about religion is subjective, right? Like we need to have this set of rules that guide human beings so they don't go buck wild. So I'm pushing back on that a little because based on at least biology, what I learned in biology, or is it biology now? Please don't take it personal. But it says that human beings we are the higher animal, right? We're supposed to be more intelligent than every other animal. Now, based on that, if we already had the divine laws as we're created, man knows, like in Africa, for instance, prior to Christianity, our forefathers lived reasonably peaceful with every other tribe. That's not to say that there were no tribal wars or anything like that, but they relatively lived in peace. They go to the farm, eat their food, and all of that, right? And they knew without any set rules, they had their practice, but they were able to live in peace without any set rules saying this is what you should do or what you should not do. Every home or every community had a deity, right, that they all worshipped for health, for peace, for fertility, and whatnot. Now, if we're saying that, you know, we have to, and maybe I'm not quoting you verbatim. If we're saying that religion has to be put in place so that people will know what to do or what not to do, right? That means we're saying that we have to control the spirit of the man, because you cannot control someone's spirit. Your knowledge of who the creator is was already given to you before you were even born. When you're born, you carry it. You carry the entire divinity inside of you that tells you, prior to me, for instance, reading Christian books and all of that, I already knew that these things were wrong. As a child, I knew that if I did this, it was wrong. I knew it inside. I can't explain how I knew it, but I just knew it. I'm speaking personally now, right? My own knowledge of who the creator is, I knew it prior to reading Christian books. So I'm kind of pushing back on that a little bit, because I feel like when we say that Christianity has to be subjective, meaning we have to have set rules for everyone in the world, right? We're saying that we don't even trust ourselves as human beings. We're saying that we want to police the spirits, as in we want to tell you what you can or what you cannot do.
Thank you. So I'll answer your question. Amazing question. Amazing your level of depth and insight. Unbelievable. In fact, you should be beside me on my corner, because we actually agree on 99% of what you said. I'll answer your question along with so what's your name now?
Ovi.
Eh?
Ovi.
Ovi.
I'm going to answer you and Ovi's last question together in this answer. So the point is, very correctly said. Let's go back to the creation story. When God created man, a lot of people do not understand or appreciate this. When God created man, he breathed the ruh into him. And if you read it in the Jewish scriptures, ruach, he breathed the ruach into man. That's God's breath into us. We don't appreciate this. So God's breath being in us, that's light. That's divine breath. We carry God in us. We are gods. So if God's breath is in you, that's light. Then what happens? Which is what you are saying. So now these animals, they are in connection with God. So their spirits are in connection. So they are able to do these things without guidance. But with us, after that light is in us, God shields it and we cannot see it. But it's there. So you do not absolutely need a prophet or a book to find it, because it's inside. But it's covered up, so you cannot find it. So when we're talking about what's the difference between man and the other animals, in man's case, we are not in connection anymore, because this experiment is on us. Total cover, blindfold. Can you find the light? If you leave a man in a certain place, certain people can independently find the light. And that's why prophets stand out different from other people, because they find the light and they object to what their people are doing. Like, this is wrong because they have found the light. But the rest of us cannot find the light. But it is findable. You can find it. But most people cannot, because there's so much distraction, cell phone, women, men, cars, noise, so much distraction. We cannot find the light. So we need guidance, which comes through us. What's the difference between us and animals again? We are the only creatures that have this absolute intellect. So with intellect, what does God have to give us to help us? Books, because we can read. The other animals cannot read. So he gives us books with material to redirect us to find, not outside, to find the light inside. So we cannot navigate. Imagine this. An animal can navigate. We come outside, we cannot navigate from here to the
Sorry,
next.
sir. Excuse me, Mr. Perry. Sorry. So just quickly, right, to your point that you're making right now. Our ancestors did not have books. They told us stories, fables, passed down from generation to generation under the moonlight. So how come I had that innate knowledge? A lot of us Africans had that innate knowledge, because when you refer to books is it's a recent construct for us.
You don't have to be written books. We have our.
There were rules. If you disobeyed them, you died. So those rules were there. Not that they were not written, but they were there. If you disobeyed it, you died.
Because there were priests and priestesses that were able to explain these things to the people and say, hey, don't walk in the morning on Thursday, because when you walk in the morning on Thursday, there's a wind that will blow. If you walk to the right, it will blow this way and these things will happen.
From inspired people. Those priests did not just bring it up themselves. It came from inspired people, inspired by God, by prophets, and that's how those rules came into Africa. And if you listen back, you'll see the original sources are the same story that we have. And before you came on the show, I gave an example of Brahma and his wife. Brahma, the Hindu god, is called Brahma. That's the number one god in Hinduism. It's called Brahma. And his wife is called Saraswati. And in the scriptures, the Abraham and Sarah, the Hindu call him Brahma Saraswati. And if you go to different places, you're going to find the original stories have the same story in different areas. One God, different names. All over, prophets come inspired. The prophets are just the ones who can break through. The rest of us are too clouded. But the same story comes to different places. Over time, it gets corrupted. Why are we different from animals? The animals are still connected. We've lost our connection. And that's the purpose.
Hold on, Dr. Perry, hold on. You talked about animals. You were talking about that we are the only ones who could do read or talk or think. How do we know? I mean, maybe next 100 years, scientists will come out and say, oh, we discovered that animals can think, they can feel, they can, they can read, they can write. We don't know.
Let's save this conversation to that day.
Yeah, that's a big conversation because I mean, we need more. Go ahead. We need more time, or like one-on-one.
Yeah. No, I love this. I love this. So in my new concept.
Sorry to say, James goes on about contradictions in the Bible, and I keep telling him, number one, I'm not even a Christian. I'm not here to defend the Bible. And I keep telling him which Bible, the 73 verse, the 17 book Catholic, or the 66 Protestant, or the 300 book Constantine, where Constantine narrowed it down to 73. I don't know which one you're talking about.
I mean, we're talking about God. I'm arguing about God. What is this God? Who is this God that bred life into us?
Okay, hold on, Dr. Perry, hold on. Okay, one last question, because we have to round up. Even though I enjoy this and I wish we could stay here forever, but we have to round up. Dr. Perry, let me ask you this. I have my own personal issues. I'm hearing some voices, some noise. Okay, I have my own personal issues with some, like in churches now. When you go to churches in Africa, you see the image of Mary and Jesus. Obviously, there are some white people, and we know Jesus and Mary were nothing like that. Wherever they were born in the Middle Belt, they were nothing like what we have in homes. I mean, across Africa. Islam, they don't show us the picture of their gods. I don't know why, but it doesn't matter. But the point is that this has impact on Africans that we are looking at when we look at the image of God, whether it's on a calendar in your mom's house or your father, you grew up, you see that you are having pictures of white people. It has psychological impact on how you perceive your place in the world. Are you not worried about that?
No, unfortunately, almost anything can be used. To me, right now, COVID was used as a tool of colonization and vaccination, a tool of colonization. Africa, everybody submitted again and said, okay, please give us vaccines, save our lives. So religion has been used as a tool of colonization. The Bible does not depict God that way, nor does it depict Mary that way. We corrupted things and use things in corrupt ways, but we should separate that from the core of it. What was the message of those who were actually inspired? When we look at the Bible today, we see half of the book is the book that was recovered. In case you don't know, the 70 book Catholic or the 66 Protestant, or the 300 book Constantine, where Constantine narrowed it down to 73. I don't know which one you're talking about. In case you don't know, the Torah was recovered. It was totally lost. And I've forgotten what his name was. He went into the jungle and was inspired to recover it. The whole Torah you have today was lost. So it was recovered. So inaccuracy is coming. And then, if you look at the New Testament, half of it is written by Paul, who never saw Jesus. So we need to recognize that what we need to do is look for original scriptures and look for the points in them. Look for the red words, the words of Jesus in the Bible. Look for them and see what's in there. But we can't take the whole book and start defending the whole book. The people have come and manipulated these things and used it for colonization, used it for oppression. People just keep on doing it. God's name is not in the Bible. It's not there.
But do you think we should look for what our foreparents were doing that was right?
Sound. If you like, I will send you pictures which I have. Go and look for how Kemet pray. And you're going to see Kemet prayer. My ancestors are Kemets from Sudan. And this is how they pray. They do like this.
Are you following what they were doing?
I'm following them. I'm recovering them. And it's written in the holy books that we have sent you over and over. We've sent you.
Are you going to get to a point where you will say, I'm going to abandon Islam because it's not African. I'm going to abandon Christianity because...
But it's the same thing. I don't know how to explain this. It's like they are practicing democracy in Nigeria.
Okay, wait.
About democracy in Nigeria.
Masco, go ahead.
It's the same
democracy. My people, good evening from the city of Bolgatanga in the upper eastern region of Ghana. Good evening to all of you and those that are listening to us. I would like to say today, my own is not a question. The day we go back to what our ancestors left for us, no matter how dirty or demonic it was, and refine them, then we will not move away from this slavery, religious slavery we have entangled ourselves with.
But I'm doing
the white people came in. The white people came in with a refined doctrine called Christianity, handed it over to us. We swallowed it, both hook, line, and sinker, and that is why we are having problem today. Before I was born, I met my father. They told me stories. There is what they called my stepfather in Nigeria from the Igbo part. There is what they call Unso Ana. Unso Ana.
Abomination.
It was not. Unso Ana is things that are forbidden that you cannot do. It was not from the Bible. The white man brought to us. They wrote the Bible, King James Version, so many versions. But they generally accept King James Version because UK was the power to reckon with as at that time. The day we go back to what our forefathers left, with us and refine them, throw away those ones that are bad, and begin to rediscover who we really are before these people came and indoctrinate us, the better for us. When you come to Ghana, these same people that brought this religion to us, especially in Ghana here, in a place they call Elimina Castle. When you get to Elimina Castle in Cape Coast, you will see the dungeon below, and on top of it is a church. On top of that dungeon,
we know all the politics. I'm going to
on top. On top of that dungeon, where people were kept, maltreated, chained, defecate on them, was a church above them, and they were singing hallelujah every day. I'm reading the same Bible.
I want to open a challenge for you people today, and I'm going to stake $10,000 to the winner if I can get the money when you win. When you bring me the totally refined version of what was practiced by your ancestors, I promise you that it will be identical, better than anything you can imagine.
With the Bible.
Hold on to what I am practicing today. And if it is not, I will pay you the 10,000. Go and get me that thing. I assure you that based on the promise I have from pictures and my research, My ancestors were doing exactly what I am doing today.
All right.
Okay, let me say something.
I just want to thank
like me,
everybody.
Mr. Rudolph, something. Just let me just contribute.
To God like me. They used to call him one God. They believed in his angels, which today they call Shango deities. They believed in God's angels. They believed in everything like I do. And when you bring
Igbo people call it Chineke. Ghana people call it Onyame, Onyankopon. All of them. These are the locals.
Mr. Rudolph, let me say something.
I have another meeting to attend. The Blackface,
Yes.
Blackstone, go ahead.
Okay. One of the reasons why today that our traditional religion actually was, most people have, at that time, most people rejected it. Like, let's look at the practice, what we are doing, right? For example, if a king dies and Oba dies, they use human sacrifice to bury the Oba.
That's some people, not everybody. A lot of us were better than that.
It's not everybody, and also
it's not everybody. No, I'm not saying everybody. I said some of the practices.
Blackstone, I will stop you there because you're pointing the bad things. You know the Reformation.
No, I'm saying why?
You see, what my brother is saying, what my brother is saying there is the same thing that was practiced in those days. Look, let me tell you, when you go to Rome today, that's what they call canalization of sense.
Master, hold on.
When everybody is talking, nobody is talking.
Yeah, Blackstone, go ahead.
Everybody wants to have what is good. Everybody wants to have freedom. Right, you understand me? Some of the religions practice at that time, what the hell will not do even in Europe,
help. Let's hear from Blackstone. Blackstone, what are you saying? Hold on. Because
that's what I'm saying is this, right?
Yeah.
Some of the practices were very bad. Even at that time, even in the Western world, also they will also practice some of those bad practices, but so the people also rise up against these practices.
No, the religious practices.
Religiously, right?
Okay.
I come from the Benin Kingdom.
Okay.
I know some of the religious practices at that time. What we are practicing, we are not actually.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. If not that I'm leaving, I will be here and we can continue this conversation. I think we have a part two. But let me say this, Blackstone, okay? If you look at what they did during the crusade, I don't think anybody can do anything as horrible as what they did during the crusade. I mean, and these are Christians. And also, if they had left us alone, we will do the reform ourselves. Okay, like the people in China and India, they were bad things probably they were doing. They reformed their system, but they didn't leave us alone. So that's so important. But we are going to have this conversation another time. I really appreciate everybody that came in.
Can I have my own observation? I've not said anything for a very long time. Seriously, because I disagree with a lot of things, but I just shut up my mouth. I just shut up my mouth so everybody can have their say.
Are we live?
We are live. Yeah, I want to end it.
I thought we were in the
No, we are live.
Before we close off,
okay, what will happen is this: if we go off, you guys can continue the conversation. But I need to get
this point is quite important for me anyway. See, because everybody has been talking, I didn't want to interject any of them. See, the truth is, I agree with some of the point the doctor made, that our forefathers practiced some sense of some element of science, nature, and decided to make conclusions, just like scientists do. And you can see why they can make conclusion that there's a God, because they didn't create themselves. You can see why they understood the economy, the environment the way they did, and made their own judgments that maybe somebody can pray for rain and rain comes and all the rest of it. But we now know better. And what when the Europeans arrived, because we didn't have a common religion then, everybody felt like, okay, let's jump on the vehicle of their religion and use it to unite the continent, at least to an extent. We may not like it. It's like McDonald's. Everybody hates it, but they like the convenience. That's what these religions have done for the continent. Hence why they are there. But I say they should be Africanized instead of left the way they are. If you want to practice some of these Western religions, you have to Africanize it. And if you have to infuse some of the old practices that benefits the African way of life, then we do that. In terms of facts, clearly there has to be facts in life. Facts is an observation that has been confirmed many times, and everybody can agree that this is what it is. Facts do change when more data is available. That is the nature of facts. Because there's no absolute. See, you know why? Let me explain this. It is still, see, the law of Isaac Newton today of gravity is still correct. It's still a fact. No, it's a fact because, hold on, let me explain it. It's a fact. Let me explain now. Let me explain. It's a fact because, hold on. See, you can, okay, fine. You can, let me just finish my point. It's a fact because the theory as it is correct. If you say, I open a bottle of Coke, I get Coke from inside, it's correct. Until somebody says, if I use something else to open it, I get a totally different outcome. That is still an advancement of knowledge, but it doesn't negate the previous fact. Facts are facts. 1 + 1 is 2. You can't change it. 1 + 1 is 2. Except
every scientist on Earth. Every scientist on Earth.
No, you can't prove that logic wrong. The only time you can prove it wrong if you insert qualities into it. See, there are certain facts that are true all the.
Yeah,
you can't run away from that. So so that is one aspect. I don't believe in this idea that okay, there's a spiritual realm and there is a physical realm, because both of them are together. I think Omoye touched on that when she said we have already been given everything that we needed in this life that we are in. Nature is expressing itself the way it wants to. We like to think that we are separate from it, but we are not. Everything we do is based on our surroundings. This is why when people live next to the coast, they fish and they know how to swim. And other people that are in the desert, they are pastoralists, they like to do all these things. If they like, let them go and fish, then they will not exist. Because nature wants what it wants. So you have to admit that some aspects of life is
Who is nature?
God. The creator is nature.
Okay, good.
Who says anything? See, anybody that says there's no God, then they should tell me, see.
Nature, but what they mean is God.
See, this conversation can go 1,000 ways. I can tell you that right now, because the creator of the universe may not be responsible for creating us. Soon, we will be able to create life itself. If we can create life, what would those lives think? Would they think that we are God, or the creator that created the universe is God?
All right.
This conversation can go 1,000 ways.
Thank you so much for that. I agree with you. It can go forever. But let me thank Dr. Perry for spending 4 hours, 30-something minutes with us. Dr. Perry, thank you so much. We appreciate you, and we will invite you again, and we basically talk about this issue in details. James, thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, I congratulate Dr. Perry for being receptive. In some places, the kind of things I'm saying, they will cut off my head.
We don't do that. We don't do that here. Thank you, James. Forefathers, thank you.
He's on the hot chair now. He really took the heat, and I appreciate him for that.
Forefathers, thank you so much. Okija, thank you so much.
Yeah, everybody should go and get the book written by Dr. Damaji, Children of a Retired God. Then, yeah, you will see.
Wow.
You will find out our God stopped working. If they had any power,
our God has not retired though. We are still here.
They packed up. They retired.
No. Let me correct that. Retired, maybe people retired him. It doesn't mean they retired themselves, or we retired them. Okay, Boniface, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Only thing I can say is that whether you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, you are a traditionalist, if you go down to the bottom, if you're not an extremist, you're not evil. At the end of the day, all of them are saying the same thing.
All right, thank you. Omoye's Corner, thank you so much for joining us.
Finally, thank you very much for having me. I beg, make una vote to Peter Obi. Peter Obi, anybody whenever obedient, so yeah, more now obedient to INEC. How many times I call you? We didn't want you like Hoko, no mago. Everybody, thank you, Dr. Perry, James, forefathers, aka to Niger, stay one place to Niger. Forefather of to Niger, stay one place. Mr. Omari, you'll be your one. All right, bye guys. Thank you.
The Blackstones, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph.
And Omomori. No, you're not Omomori. Omori, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't have the chance to contribute to the religious, philosophical, and whatever disposition. So I was just laughing on the background. Somebody came here trying to correct Deska, who said Ibre was a tabula rasa at bed. So I didn't have my time to ask my question. Maybe that's a subject for another day. Anyway, also those that were doubting me on the comment section, said I was being a propagandist and all that. If they think the North will support to be without, enter into agreement, I want to define politics for them as who gets what and how. That is the easiest definition of politics. They are negotiating. They have to bring their own interest to the negotiating table. They're not going to just support to be without bringing their interests on board. So if they think they want to support to be for nothing, I think they are dreaming. Thank you. Dr. Dami, it's always a delight to be here.
Thank you, everybody. We'll see you guys next week. Please like the video and join us again. We are going to bring you another important guest next week. Until then, have a safe day and the rest of your day. And